Welcome to the Business Today Sustainability Summit and Awards 2025. I'm Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor for Business Today and your host for the day as well. We're indeed honored to have all of you with us this afternoon, a gathering that goes beyond recognition and rhetoric and dives deep into real action, bold leadership, and sustainable transformation. In this room are the voices that truly matter. Business leaders, change makers, investors, institutions who are not just adapting to change, but truly leading it. This summit comes at a time when sustainability is an unmissable conversation. It's a strategic imperative, an economic driver, and a social priority. Through the course of this afternoon and evening, we will delve into pressing questions of our times. How do we build for growth without compromising the planet? How do ESG frameworks evolve into real, measurable impact? How do we lead, not just in profits, but also in purpose? And later this evening, we will be honoring all of those who have set the bar through vision, action, and commitment with the Business Today Sustainability Awards. These are not just recognitions, but reminders of what is possible when intent meets execution. So thank you once again for joining us for this amazing event, and let us begin the afternoon of insight, inspiration, and impact. Welcome once again to the Business Today Sustainability Summit and Awards 2025. I would first like to thank all our partners for the day. Our green partner, Larsen & Toubro, CPG Sustainability Partner, Diageo India, Sustainable Progress Partner, PepsiCo, Associate Partner, KREDL, Associate Partner, RVNL, Knowledge Partner, CareEdge Group. I would now like to call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, for the welcome address. Let us please put our hands together for Mr. Siddharth Zarabi.
Very warm welcome to the Business Today, India's Most Sustainable Companies 2025. Good afternoon to you. I hope you're enjoying the Delhi sun. This summer has been better than previous, and I guess that's also part of climate change. But it's an honor and privilege on behalf of the entire Business Today multiverse, as well as the India Today group, to have all of you here. Why are we doing this? Sustainability is something that everyone pursues, right from the regulator to the Government of India to global bodies and, of course, all of India's companies. The effort really on our behalf was to take the sustainability initiative that corporate India puts a lot of manpower and financial resources into, and get them all together and recognize the initiative and the effort that has been put in. How does a media organization do this? We bring together people, but we work with experts from across different areas. And for us, CareEdge ESG Ratings has been one of the most wonderful partners that I personally feel we have worked with in the recent past. From concept to completion, they delivered and worked really hard on this, and we are very proud of the work that they have done. I can assure you, I was a fly on the wall during the jury meeting, and that jury was headed by the State Bank of India Chairman Rajneesh Kumar. All of you would have heard that name, and a galaxy of luminaries from various sectors who were part of that jury. And we discovered that in going through 1,000 listed companies, across multiple parameters and the 15 awards, which are going to be the highlight of the evening, data drove all decision making. There was no perception, there was no, I can very safely say this, any other factor other than data. And that's what Business Today is proud about, that today, as you see the ranking, you will also later on during the evening see the magazine, which is a very special effort that dozens of our colleagues have worked on, which will in some ways, hopefully this year, be a compendium of the sustainability movement across corporate India. And we hope that next year it's going to be even bigger and better and serve as a reference book for what is happening as far as sustainability across India is concerned. There's a lot more to discuss and say, but I leave that to the experts who have come here, flown in from various corners of the country today. On behalf of the entire Business Today team, my colleagues, including our CEO Alok Nair, and the entire team that has worked to put this together, we feel very privileged that all of you have come here. And with the panels and the kind of quality of guests and the debate that you will see, we hope this effort will be justified in all the effort that's been put in. Once again, thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. Your words perfectly set the tone for today's conversation. But before we dive right in, here's a quick spotlight on the story behind your favorite pack of Lay's chips, Mitti Ki Chitti, a heartfelt piece by PepsiCo Lay's, which captures moving conversation between Mother Earth and her nurturers, the farmers. It also brings alive a unique sustainability initiative called Mitti Janch Kendras, that is soil health laboratories, the testing laboratories, which are now established across Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and even West Bengal by PepsiCo India. Let us watch this beautiful video.
प्यारी बेटी लाडो, पता है पूरे गांव में बस तेरी ही बात हो रही है और यहाँ हम दोनों की बात ही नहीं हो पाती, इसलिए सोचा आज कर लूं। कैसा लग रहा है? नहीं, मैं पूछ रही हूँ तुझे लग कैसा रहा है? इस बार की फसल देखकर तो तू बहुत खुश होगी ना? बताओ, किसने सोचा था कि जो 4 पीढ़ी से किसानी कर रहे थे उनकी बेटी अपने बाप दादा से भी आगे निकल जाएगी? अच्छा सुन, सरला को किसी से कहते सुना था तुझे किसानी का कोई इनाम मिल रहा है क्या? मुझे पता है अब तू क्या कहेगी कि इनाम तो तुझे मिलना चाहिए माँ। अरे पर मेरा इनाम तो तू है मेरी बच्ची। बिना बोले मेरी हर परेशानी समझ जाती है। सब ठीक होता है तब भी जांच कराने ले जाती है और बिना मांगे हर बार जो भी जरूरत हो वो लेके आती है। बस एक ही शिकायत है मुझे, देख दौड़ धूप तो लगी रहती है पर तू अपना ख्याल रखना तो नहीं भूल जाती ना? अरे सगी नहीं तो क्या हुआ, माँ को चिंता तो होती है ना।
That was indeed a very beautiful, inspiring story. We will now begin with our panel discussions this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our first session today is the trust equation: capital, tech, and climate. In an era where stakeholder trust is a currency, how do companies really strike a balance between capital efficiency, technology deployment, and climate responsibility? This session will bring together voices from global consulting, food tech, FMCG, and ESG ratings, and also to decode the evolving trust equation in business. It will explore how businesses are using digital innovation, data transparency, and sustainable finance to build climate-resilient models while winning over investors, consumers, and even regulators. From supply chain traceability to AI-driven sustainability metrics, this session will examine what it truly takes to embed trust at the intersection of growth and also green responsibility. While the stage is set, I'd like to introduce my first set of panelists this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, with all of you. Okay, let me now introduce to you our guest for this afternoon, the first panel discussion. Mr. Sanjay Podar, Global MD Technology, Sustainability and Innovation from Accenture, will be with us on the stage for the first discussion. We also have with us Anjali Kumar, Chief Sustainability Officer at Zomato, here with us. Yashika Singh, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer and Sustainability Head, PepsiCo India and South Asia, to also join in. And also welcoming Nikunj Dubey, Director and Head, Care Edge ESG Ratings. Warm welcome. Huge round of applause for the first set of panelists. I'll be moderating this panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you everyone, and thank you to all my panelists. The first one, so let's kick this start off with something that all of us, I'm sure, use on an everyday basis, Zomato. And Anjali, we are going to be starting off. You have truly made life indispensable with Zomato, with Blinkit. We can't think of lives without a food delivery app today in our mobile phones or in our lives today. But, be things as may, but I want to understand from you, all of us deep down, we may not know the numbers, but we certainly know that with every order that we make, whether it is in e-commerce or is it in food delivery, we are actually contributing increasingly to the carbon footprint. So help us understand, when it comes to the corporate commitments to sustainability, how have things progressed from the time, it's been 3 years since you got listed as well, and over the years, how have you seen that change? Is there a remarkable improvement in the way we handle finances, commitment to sustainability?
Thank you so much for having Zomato and Blinkit. And, there are two more companies in the group, Hyperpure, which serves the restaurant industry. And hopefully, you will all soon have District on your phones. District helps you discover dining options and events in your neighborhood. So definitely check it out. I think to answer the question, there are three ways in which things have changed ever since Zomato has listed. And firstly, we've changed our name to Eternal, and that should point to how we see the future and how we see our role in building towards something that is eternal. But importantly, on the ESG front, there are three major changes. The first has been the broadening of ESG issues that companies like ours are expected to address today. This has happened due to a mix of reasons. The first being BRSR reporting. It has, that shift from voluntary reporting to mandatory reporting has forced a lot of companies like us also to look at all the issues and, be answerable to investors on all issues. For instance, it's not enough to talk about carbon and carbon footprint. We must also answer questions on water and waste and gender diversity and MSMEs in our value chain, right? So I think there's been a broadening, and suddenly we're having to look at multiple issues, which I think is a good thing. We've also taken on goals in multiple areas. The second way in which things have changed is the deepening of efforts by companies like ours. So for instance, 90% of Zomato's emissions are scope 3. In fact, 80%, as you rightly pointed out, are from deliveries that go to your households or your offices, or very often to hospitals and hostels, right? So how does one engage with one's value chain, and that too a value chain that comprises migrants, students who are all using their own vehicles to undertake deliveries, right? So we've had to do some really, you can say, remarkable and very deep engagement with that value chain. For instance, just yesterday, we launched an EV rental fleet for delivery partners comprising high-speed EVs. Why would a food delivery company get into EV rentals, right? We're not an OEM, we're not a charging operator, but we've had to go in that direction because we need to empower and enable that ecosystem. We even have an integration with all the rental agencies so that if you, suppose you want to onboard as a delivery partner, you can discover EVs on rent directly through the delivery partner app in your area. So we have all their inventory sitting in the delivery partner app, which is, again, a lot of very deep integrations required to make that possible. And the last way in which things have changed is in communication. Previously, I think companies had a very comfortable way of communicating. We put out reports, right? But today, the communication is 24/7, multi-format, multiple stakeholders. So not only do I have to answer to investors, I have to answer to consumers, I have to answer to delivery partners, I have to answer to my restaurant partners, and therefore programs have to be designed keeping all of these in mind. So we just, for instance, organized a packathon because restaurants choose their own packaging for delivery. We don't actually tell them what to choose. So an Indian restaurant will typically choose sturdy plastic boxes, whereas a continental will typically choose corrugated cardboard, right? But we decided to call restaurants and startups and worked with Startup India to bring everyone together to say, guys, there are lots of sustainable packaging options available, even for Indian cuisine, even for Oriental cuisine. Why don't we have a conversation about what is required to help us get to a plastic-free future? So we had that event also recently, but we have to do more of such things. Bring multiple stakeholders together, else we're not going to make progress.
Absolutely, that's a wonderful starting point. Let me also bring in Yashika now. You are also from the FMCG industry. You showed us a beautiful video right there. Help us understand when it comes to your initiatives regarding sustainable agriculture. What is it that the company is doing at this point?
Yeah, thank you so much. We're very proud to have shown that film. That film really, it's a beautiful film, but what it's really talking about is the work that we do around regenerative agriculture. The way we look at sustainability, we look at it along our entire value chain. So starting from, agriculture down to our packaging and then finally to the final product. We really see sustainability sits within all aspects of the value chain, and it's intertwined in the way we do our business, right? So at the start of it is ensuring that the potatoes and other materials that we procure are all grown through a package of practices called regenerative agriculture, which is really around ensuring that the soil quality is improved, that water is optimized, water usage is optimized, and that we are also looking at reduction in GHG emissions. So almost all our agriculture produce and procurement will adhere to those principles. Yeah, so that's on the agri side. We can talk about others.
Absolutely. We will definitely pull more threads there and understand more deeper when it comes to the initiatives there. But let me bring in Sanjay at this point in time. Sanjay, technology has to be talked about. We are living in the era of technology. And even when it comes to climate change, action against climate crisis that we are looking at, I'm sure technology is going to be playing a very, very important role. Help us understand how is technology today enabling climate action in the corporate world, or how are companies embracing technology at this point in time. What are some of the remarkable technology shifts or innovations that you are looking at that could change the way we look at climate action and in the future?
Thank you so much, Sakshi. Technology is a common denominator, whatever Anjali talked about, Yashika spoke about, whether it's sustainable value chain, whether it's regenerative agriculture, nature and biodiversity, ESG reporting, in any area you look, addressing all the sustainable development goals, you need technology, because as we say, these are exponential problems. You need technology, you need exponential solutions. Some of the very important technology that we are seeing now is obviously AI. We are now living in the world of generative AI, agentic AI, right? So AI is going to be pervasive. I'm sure everyone in this room, you are doing your chat GPTs or Gemini or something, right? And without even understanding, we are coming so close to AI, it's pervasive. So we look at technology in two ways, the role of technology when it comes to sustainability. One is sustainability by technology. And second is sustainability in technology. When I say by technology, it's, how does technology allow you to solve some of the sustainability challenges? Whether it is empowerment of the population, protecting biodiversity, so on and so forth. But what we typically miss is equivalent to the side effect of a medicine, right? Technology itself is a very big contributor to the greenhouse gas emission. In fact, by 2040, 14% of global greenhouse gas emission will be contributed by digital technology. And mind you, when this study was done, generative AI was not there. In fact, now with generative AI, the projections are, because of the AI factories that are coming up every week, new AI factories, by 2030, the total electricity needed for these AI factories and data centers is equivalent to the electricity Canada needs every year. And the amount of water you need to cool these data centers, to do power generation, equivalent to the water that entire United Kingdom uses. And this is just going to increase. I'm giving you 2030 projections. Now, are we going to stop technologies like AI? Absolutely not. But, there are a lot of interesting, decarbonization levers organizations can take, because many organizations, including Zomato, for example, you are digital organizations actually. While your supply chain has a lot of physical element, but Zomato is completely a digital platform, right? A lot of AI, so all these organizations will have to align their business strategy, their sustainability strategy, and their technology strategy. And we have done many studies of all global companies, and we realized that the successful companies, the big ones, they are outperforming their competition 2.6 times in total shareholder value by integrating these three strategies, right? So that's the role of tech. You have to look at tech in a very integral way to your business strategy and sustainability strategy. And, the good news is you can do a lot to decarbonize with help of tech. That's the answer we were actually waiting for to solve our sustainability challenges which we are looking at.
Absolutely. So we have to bank on technology. Nikunj, coming to you. A lot of people now are wondering whether companies, even though they say that they're working a lot in the field of ESG, are truly working or not. There is something which is called as greenwashing. So I want to understand from you, how do you differentiate between real impact, greenwashing, and how are you tackling all of these issues right now?
Thanks. So I'll start with the fact that greenwashing was only a part when ESG had started, came to India. People were not knowledgeable about it, and there was a lot of understanding gap. Resultant to which, what was asked was that you start reporting, but clear guidelines, a capacity building around it was not exactly clearly done. And hence resulted, what happened was data were getting reported where inaccuracies were being happening. Now, there was one set of people who were assessing companies based only on public available information and without any consultation with entities. And this led to the problem of greenwashing not going away because there is no consultation happening with the entities. I think this is where the regulator has also brought in a different model, which is called issuer paid model, where the entities pay for their own ratings. Now, when you have that as a model, the thing that you have is the process which involves a deeper consultation with the ESG team of these organizations, looking at the holistic data input together, identifying what are the outliers that are happening over there, and then asking the company that you're rating or the company that you're assessing on the data that why is such kind of an inaccuracy or your data being an outlier. Once they are able to explain that thing is the point of time where you get a much better understanding about where the greenwashing is happening or not. And we have seen this with our multiple examples where we have led to corrections of the data which are published in BRSR. We have seen where companies have said, this is what we do, but when we saw at the implementation side that the things are not happening at the ground level, which is why it is important that it is not only you just discuss, you actually go and visit the plants and the premises of these organizations, see how these ESG initiatives that the companies are talking about are actually getting implemented at the ground level. So this kind of a due diligence is something which is actually much more required.
Absolutely. Anjali, I'm going to come to you. You did explain to us what is it that companies in your industry should be doing. What are you at Zomato already doing at this point in time? The targets that you have set for yourself as far as sustainability is concerned. But I also want to understand on the role of partnerships in the world today. How do you really see partnerships between peers, across the sectors, with supply chains, public-private partnership as well, in dealing with climate crisis much better?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll take the example of our EV program. So there are three ways in which we try to get delivery partners to switch to EVs. And it's a very tough challenge. Like I mentioned, most of them will work with us only 47 days of the year. They are migrants, 50% are migrants, 20% are students. So they don't necessarily they want a bike that's reliable anywhere they go, And therefore, how do we persuade them to try an EV? How do we help them overcome their range anxiety? So what we do is we have partnered with 40 EV ecosystem players across the country, and that is how we have been able to get 37,000 partners on our platform using EVs in 400 cities. Because as you and I know, the charging density in a smaller city is not the same as a Bangalore and a Delhi. But the good news is, thanks to these partnerships, and we've actually helped EV leasing agencies grow their business. Thanks to these partnerships, cities like Delhi, for instance, more than a fifth of our deliveries are on EVs. Bangalore, 1/4 of deliveries are on EVs. And so we're super encouraged. And today we're running pilots on offering charging and swapping at Blinkit dark stores for our partners. Now, all of this is powered by partnerships. So any kind of sustainability progress, frankly, rests on the power of collaboration with like-minded, relevant, and sort of tech-led players, because you'll not get scale until you integrate tech.
Can I just add
Yes,
to
yeah,
that,
Shikha.
Sakshi? I mean, Anjali, if you find that difficult, try doing electrification of a fleet, which is across different sizes across the country, looking at, over 100,000 rides, and where the equipment itself is not available. And that's what we are trying to do, and that's why I completely agree with you that partnerships is the way to go. I think if I were to reflect on that, when it comes to I'm taking off, Sakshi, I'm not waiting for your question. When you're trying to sort of, as a company, and I'm sure others may have felt it as well, is the ecosystem ready for your ambitions? I think that's one huge factor, that many of the companies, we have huge ambitions for us, electrification of our fleet, whether it's regenerative agriculture or even dealing with post-consumption plastic waste. All of this, our ambitions are sometimes held back by, is the ecosystem ready, right? And I think it's a three-way process. The first is, those of us on this side need to give a demand signal. We need to be going out there giving a signal to OEMs that PepsiCo is ready to do this, PepsiCo wants to do this. Please help us. Please help us build, trucks of a particular size that allows us to move X number of kilometers such that we can do this. The second is, of course, regulation and government, and, there's a lot of support on EV from the government, but a lot of that is also needs to move to the commercial vehicle side as well. And third is, of course, supply. So demand, supply, and regulation. Those would be the three, and that's sort of an important factor when driving this. And one more factor, of course, is how to pay for it. How to pay for the targets and the ambitions and intentions that we have. And for that to happen, I think as companies, we are all trying to find innovative ways. Technology is a big enabler for us, to find innovation, but also to the consumer. There's a gap between the consumer's purpose-driven intent and their ability to pay and willingness to pay. And how do you bridge that? Because that's going to be important to find the resources to drive sustainability.
That's a key point, and I'm sure during the course of our conversations today, a lot will be talked about funding aspect as well. Technology, Sanjay, again. A lot of people are talking about green software, sustainable AI. Could you help us understand what are these new technologies and how should corporates now include all of this in sustainable planning?
Yes, absolutely. As we discussed, tech is going to play a big role. But tech needs to be used in a very responsible and resource-efficient way. And that's where we use the terms like responsible AI, green AI, and green software, as you rightly said. And also bring in the nuance of ecosystem in your earlier question, because a lot of these areas are evolving. As AI is coming up, people are looking at the potential, impact of AI on society, on environment, and asking what can we do about it to minimize that impact. And the consortiums, like, for example, the Green Software Foundation, which we created with many of the top tech organizations and large businesses around the world, the consortiums, they're coming together and they are not waiting for some standards to evolve. They are defining the standards. Last year, we created a new standard called software carbon intensity, which very quickly became an ISO standard and allows you to now decide, for example, what is the emission per 100 frauds that a bank is detecting with help of AI, or what is the emission for per 100 deliveries that Zomato may do, for example, right? So you need standards, for example, best practices. And when you talk about the role of tech, therefore, responsible, because as you know, AI has hallucination, there's risk of the safety, there's risk of privacy. There are many different AI risks and also the risk of environmental impact.
Sure.
But the good news is you can solve all this by using the best practices, which we want to make it available to all large businesses so that they get the benefit of AI without impacting the environment and society.
Time's up, but I'll take just last 30 seconds with you, Nikunj. If you could help us understand what do corporates need to know and adhere to? Are ESG disclosures enough, or is there much more needs to be done there?
So I'll just break it up into small bullet points. See, the shift is within this whole ESG is already happening. The requirement has now moved from just having a lot of data availability to more in terms of the quality of the data, which is the most important part there. We have finance as an enabler. You have financial institutions already working towards integrating ESG performance into their own appraisal mechanisms. Once that comes into play, you will have the data quality being questioned much more. So then this becomes much more important from that angle. And since we're talking climate, every organization needs to start assessing climate risk into their day-to-day operations and understand how physical and transition risks are going to affect them in the coming time. So I think that is where we stand.
Thank you so much, Nikunj, Yashika, Ashima, and Sanjay for those insightful words. This is not enough, but you have the whole day to really listen to a lot of stalwarts from the world of sustainability, climate change. Thank you so much. I want all of you to just stand by with me here while I invite Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's also wait for a photo op. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to the first panel for setting the conversation now. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is climate diplomacy, winning the global green game. Now, as the world races towards net zero goals, I want to say that India's climate diplomacy is definitely entering into a new phase of maturity and influence. This session truly unpacks how negotiators, think tanks, and policy makers are shaping India's role on the global stage, turning diplomacy into opportunity and ambition into action. From COP corridors to bilateral breakthroughs, discover how India is not just participating in the global climate dialogue, but helping to redefine it. Let's put our hands together to welcome our next set of panelists. Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh, Vice President and Senior Director, ORF, to be with us on the stage, please. Dr. Jayavardhan, Raman Lal Bhatt, Distinguished Fellow at RIS. Mr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, Senior Fellow, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Let me also invite on stage the moderators, Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor for Markets Business Today, and Karishma Sudani, Special Correspondent, Business Today Television. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you in this wonderful hall. And two parts of climate change I'd like to mention right on your table. 3-4 years ago, when we used to gather into such events, there used to be plastic bottles on your table, which you would throw after consuming. So one change is that. Secondly, we've had perhaps one of the best months as far as May is concerned. I think it's the best in the last maybe 100 years. So that's climate change upon us. And we are about 150 crore people. So whatever benefits that happened while discussing climate, India is either the biggest beneficiary or the worst hit. We are also an agrarian society, so we are either the largest consumer of an agricultural product like wheat, rice, pulses, fruits, or the largest buyer. In any case, whatever happens on climate impacts us immeasurably. We have a wonderful panel, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh, Dr. J.R. Bhatt, and Dr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, and we'll be discussing the diplomacy of climate winning the global green game. I'll start with you, Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh. I just wanted to understand, how do you see India balancing its responsibilities as far as climate change is concerned and its aspirations to be at least the second largest economy globally?
Well, the trade-off always exists, and this is a pretty much of a tradition that there has been the trade-off between growth and environmental concerns. Now let's face it, how have economies grown? First of all, climate change is actually the cost of growth, and we have ignored that. So from that perspective, if I put this, essentially climate change is not merely an environmental problem, it's a developmental problem. It emerged from the forces of development because of humans' unbridled aspirations or ambitions to grow. It affected the environmental channel, and finally it's going to affect the long-term developmental aspirations. All the indicators, suppose whether it's health, whether it is education, whether it is, suppose, say, environment, every bit of it. So the biggest challenge for any emerging economy, or India, suppose, because we are talking in terms of the Viksit Bharat 2047, that is, we want to be a developed nation by 2047. Now, what is the characteristic of a developed nation? Is it only per capita GDP? We have to come out of this reductionist, myopic notion of development. So we have to talk in terms of inclusivity, that is equity and distributive justice. We have to talk in terms of social security, which is a characteristic of developed nation. We have to talk in terms of sustainability. So we need climate resilient growth, right? So from that perspective, there are various issues of distributive justice that need to be taken care of, because climate change also affects those. It affects health. It affects the ecosystem. It affects the ecosystem services on which the poor are reliant on. So the big challenge for India right now is that it has to reconcile between what we call the irreconcilable trinity of economy, society, and the environment, or equity, efficiency, and sustainability. And that's how, in fact, once you find a way to reconcile on that, and we have, just as some solutions are there, we talked about regenerative agriculture. That's one of the best interventions that are coming up. In fact, you are ensuring the flow of ecosystem services on the one hand, on the other hand, in fact, sustainable value chains, and over time, you're also talking of productive efficiency in the longer run. You're not looking at things in the short run. So these are the ways, in fact, by way of which India has to think of.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Interesting trilogy that you have mentioned of economy, society, and environment. Let me get Dr. Bhatt in, and you've worked extensively at the intersection of science and policy. Dr. Ghosh was also mentioning about the need of the hour, which is a climate resilient economy. Tell me, where do we stand currently when it comes to climate diplomacy? How much work has India done towards it?
At the outset,
you'll have to hold closer.
At the outset, let me begin by thanking the organizers and also greeting the participants who are braving the heat, sparing their valuable time and being with us. And any discourse on climate change must also begin by actually understanding, based on science and evidence, of what is our contribution to climate change as a nation. So this report card is out. In 2023, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, it has produced a 6th assessment report, and it says that starting from 1850 to 2019, the whole of South Asia contributed just 4% of emissions. When I say whole of South Asia, it means 24% of human population, and it includes India. So while we discuss what we should do in terms of addressing climate change, we also must never forget the fact that the latest science says that our contribution to climate change is very limited. People may say that you have too much of population, so your per capita emission you must be talking about. No, I am not talking about per capita emissions. These greenhouse gases, they stack, they accumulate, and it is from 1850 to 2019 that the data sets are available, which says that whole of South Asia, India included, is just 4%.
Okay. Dr. Chaturvedi, you have been at the helm of research on net zero, and I must tell this to you and also to our audience. I attended a global aviation summit just early this week where the topic was definitely on how behind we are when it comes to the net zero target. And while 2070 is the year that we are talking about, I'd like to get your insights. Are we on track even for 2070?
Great, thank you. Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for having me here. Very interesting question. Well, of course, many colleagues ask us that India has talked about 2070 net zero. Europe, USA, many of the developed world countries are talking about 2050 net zero. China has talked about 2060 net zero. So why is India talking about 2070 net zero, right? So the answer to this question is in both science and social science, right? So what is the science part here? Well, the climate debate is not about annual emissions. This debate is about the stock of emissions in the atmosphere. So what Dr. Bhatt talked about, that historically, also India's emissions have been very low, but that's historically. Even if you look at China's 2060 net zero and how much emissions cumulatively it will give in the future, in the next 30 years, and India, what it will do till 2070, India's emissions are half of China's emissions. So it appears to you could say, colleagues who are not in this technical field, that China's net zero years is 10 years ahead of India, but even after that, the base is so high that their cumulative emissions are double that of India. And for Europe and US also, their emissions, even they have 2050 net zero, their cumulative emissions are actually higher than India. So this is the science part. What we are bothered about is not the year. We are bothered about cumulative emissions. That's where India is actually very low, which is great. What is the social science part, right? So the social science part is, imagine if India had to advance its net zero year to 2050, right? We are talking about drastic emission mitigation in a very fast growing economy. The context is completely different compared to China, where economy is tapering, compared to US and Europe, where the economic growth rates are very low. So for an economy that is growing at such a fast pace, it's very challenging to actually decarbonize. There are going to be impacts on the economy. We want to avoid that at any cost. We don't want shocks to the GDP, right? So that's what it practically means. You might have heard about the Yellow Vest protest in France. I don't know, you might have heard about it. So even in a developed world, when they started raising energy prices, fossil energy prices, for achieving climate goals, they were protests. So they had to roll it back. Even countries that have such deep fiscal capacity. So just imagine for an economy that is like $3,000 per capita income compared to France, which is over $40,000 per capita income. So for us, it is actually very difficult. So that's the social science of it. It's not so easy to just say and do it. It is going to impact the society, the economy, and we actually don't want to do it. So we were one of the first think tanks in India which said, after all the scientific research, that 2050 is no-go. 2070, that is ambitious for India, yet achievable. So just because it is 20 years later, please don't conclude that it is less ambitious. It is a lot more ambitious than many, many economies of the world. Thank you.
Let me come back to you again, Dr. Ghosh. It's often said that, each year you require something like $1.3 trillion till about 2030 to at least meet or match the climate goals that industrialized nations and developing nations have set for themselves. One, how do we arrange for this funding? And, is climate change almost free when you look at the mitigation part as also the aspirational part? Where do you stand in this debate?
definitely there is a huge gap between what we need and what we are able to mobilize in terms of funding. And the gap becomes even more stark if you look at the adaptation financing gap, because every year UN also comes up with this adaptation financing gap report. Last year, in fact, the world was able to mobilize something to the tune of 34 billion US dollar, whereas the annual target has escalated to 424 billion US dollar. So think of this gap. It's almost 12 times. Now, this is the whole problem with adaptation financing. Now, as far as mitigation financing is concerned, well, there is a gap, but even then we find that there are a host of projects that are coming up, especially in the context of renewable energy and also in certain cases nature-based solutions as well. Now the problem is that if you look at most of the portfolio of most of the development financial institutions, including the Asian Development Bank or the World Bank or whatsoever, including the African Development Bank, you will find that this financing portfolio is clearly biased in favor of mitigation projects. Around 85 to 90% of the funding of the ADB is getting into mitigation projects. Barely 5 to 10% is getting into adaptation projects. In most cases, they say that we don't find adaptation projects to finance. Now, the problem is not that they don't find adaptation projects to finance. What they don't find is a clear, perceptible ROI, a return on investment. Now, when we look at return on investment, we are merely looking at the financial or the economic rate of return. Whereas it has now clearly been proven in many of the studies, which have also been conducted at ORF, I think Vaibhav has also conducted a few, maybe at CEW, whether if they're looking at adaptation. But definitely we find that there is clear evidence that you put in $1 in adaptation projects, the return in 10 years will be $4.1. So it's 4 times. WRI has recently come up with this study. Now this return is not an private economic rate of return. This is a social rate of return. Because you are putting in climate adaptive agriculture, climate adaptive, say, infrastructure, or suppose, say, dealing with healthcare or whatever. Now, what happens is this, most of these adaptation projects result in the form of public good. That is, say, I'm putting in infrastructure, say, around the coastal regions. It is going to help me protect properties, protect, suppose, a human life or whatever. So naturally, I'm counting on those returns, and if it affects all. So the private rate of return is missing, but the social rate of return is much there. Now, how do you really create a market for adaptation, which is actually missing? We have a market for mitigation, and for that, we need to bring in these numbers in place that, see, this is how, in fact, there's a return. Second is, you have to bring in fact, philanthropy, which is largely missing in this game. And I give you one example, and let me end this here for the time being, that the global private wealth today stands at 454 trillion US dollar. If I can mobilize 1% of that for climate change, not merely climate change, I can mobilize 4.5 trillion US dollar annually, that will cover my entire SDG financing gap. This is slated to increase to 627 trillion US dollar by 2027. I can mobilize 1% of that, 6.3 trillion US dollar. That will cover my entire development financing gap.
Dr. Ghosh, it's a follow-up question and a quick one before I go to Dr. Bhatt. You have led the Think 20 group when G20 was with us during our presidency in New Delhi. What were the challenges then, and have we made progress since then on the road to Brazil?
See, the Think 20 group essentially came up with a communique as well, which talked about, and that was also reflected in the G20 leaders declaration as well, G20 India leaders declaration, that talked about a host of important financing instruments, including SDG bonds, SDG credits, something in those lines, which can be introduced by some of these governments. Now, of course, it's only been 2 to 3 years, but the fact remains that, see, it was only the G20 India which proposed this. We didn't find that this is getting echoed by the next presidencies. So the challenge, of course, remains, because different nations, now that we are getting out of, I mean, this time we are only having the last developing nation, next time it's going to be US. They are going to have a completely different priority altogether. So the developing nation or the emerging nations' concerns are, when it comes to climate, are different
than that of the developed nations.
On this climate front, Dr. Bhatt, what do you have to say? What is going to be India's key ask at at the upcoming COP? Because you've been at more than 90 such diplomacy discussions in your career.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. But let me also say a line about net zero question and the adaptation. So picking up the thread from what Mr. Ghosh said on adaptation, we must not forget that adaptation is our overriding priority and overwhelming concern. Everything else is subsidiary. Adaptation is most important for us. That's a short answer, but I just wanted to contextualize. The net zero, we should also remember, why is world asking net zero only in emissions? What about net zero hunger? What about net zero poverty? What about net zero malnutrition? These all are important.
They made SDGs for that.
So you had MDGs. I'm digressing a bit, but let me say this. As soon as you formed the United Nations, you had the development decades. It did not work. Then you had MDGs. MDGs were 8. They did not work. You had Aichi targets, 20 of them for biodiversity. They did not work. You have now the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity global framework, and now you have the SDGs. So where is the finance? The question that you were asking in this session and the previous sessions. Where is the adequacy of finance in scale, scope, speed? Where are the new and additional resources from the international community? See, if somebody is saying that one single country will solve the global collective action problem of climate change, that is wrong. It's a global collective action problem. And what are we doing in terms of climate action? You see, we are separating our emissions from our economic growth. There is no sector of economy today in India where we are not separating the growth from the emissions. And internationally, apart from these the resolute domestic actions, what are our international actions? The ISA, the CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and the Global Biofuel Alliance. These are the gifts from India to the world. So on our part, we have been doing well. But what was your question, which we lost in between? The policy?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just look at the practical aspect of this discussion. And Dr. Bhatt, this is for you only. All of us in the audience at least are residents of Delhi. And in 1980s, I can tell you this was a beautiful city, an excellent climate, and I have no words to describe what it is today. Is it because of parali burning? Is it because of more cars than we need? Is it because of the number of trees that we've cut, which are countless? Is there anything that we can do to get back Delhi's climate what it was maybe 20, 25 years ago? You are a doctorate in botany. I'm sure you are the best person on the panel to answer this.
So let me answer it like this. You see, you have two tracks. One is climate change. One is local pollution that you are talking about. Both are important. But if somebody advises your country that, look, if you handle your pollution or if you handle your climate change problems, automatically your pollution will also get solved. That's not correct. Both are separate streams. That's a broader point. And what one should do to make it greener, cleaner, I think it is the duty of every citizen to stand up and do his or her bit. Only then we can have proper answers to such broader questions. But let me answer her question. She wanted to know if we have a overall policy, the broader context. Was that your question, which we lost? So yes, on climate change, the policy on climate change in India is informed by our adherence to foundational principles of the UNFCCC, the declining carbon budget, because Earth's carbon budget has been already appropriated by the developed countries. You have very little of it left for 1.5 degree and the 2 degrees and this thing of Paris Agreement. You have barely 500 and 1350 gigatons left. So, as far as we are concerned, our policy, as I said, is informed by the what we have promised, the foundational principles of UNFCCC, declining carbon budget, inclusive growth, and also our civilizational connect. That's how the Prime Minister said about lifestyles for environment. He gave the full-fledged concept on that at COP26. So those are the basic tenets of the policy.
Our final question to you, Mr. Chaturvedi, is there anything that the states can do differently than what they are doing now? And actually, do they have anything at all to contribute to this climate change that we are fighting?
Sure. So that's a very important question because states are extremely powerful in India, and in terms of the energy decision making, they have a very important role to play. But I'll share two anecdotes, slightly funny ones, but very interesting to make a point, right? So there are a lot of such discussions on climate that have started happening in states. And when you go to a state capital, in all these roundtables on climate, and if you take out the government representatives, more than 90% of the people would have flown in from Delhi. Right? So that's the first time it hits you. The local capacity is so limited to even engage in the climate debate as compared to, let's say, health or education or other kind of issue, right? Second anecdote, after the government of India announced net zero, many states have started doing their own net zero pathways. CW is involved in many of them. So this happened thrice. So when I was making the first presentation with many state departments on net zero, after half an hour of making the presentation, suddenly when questions started coming, and I realized that I'm talking about greenhouse gas emissions. The state government guys are thinking local pollution. That's exactly how we talked about, right? And as Dr. Bhatt said, the way to approach these two problems, they are linked, but still they are very different. Local pollution is a very different problem. It is not because greenhouse gas emissions. Climate is a greenhouse gas problem. So what hits you, and why that is the case, because in state governments, the state government representatives for the last 50 years have been engaging in what? They have been engaging in water pollution, mitigating air pollution, which is what you talked about, and conservation efforts, which is forest or biodiversity conservation. They've never engaged with the climate debate. This is the first time after net zero announcement of the Prime Minister that they're actively engaging. So there's also something called the State Action Plan on Climate Change. That was just done by the Department of Environment. There's not really a broad-based understanding within the state. Right, but after net zero, a lot of this has started happening. So right now what states need to do and what we are helping in the many states is at least try to understand what this climate debate is all about. And what do you need to do to achieve these goals of the net zero? And we are trying to build a base, hopefully, when they understand this a lot better, the policies that they create for mitigating, that they will be in the right direction, so to speak. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, sure.
So I just thank you for this 1 minute. I just wanted to come again and say that climate change is not a 50-meter race or a 100-meter race that you can run fast and win. It is 5,000, 10,000 meter marathon and much more. and that we should be very proud that we are pulling as a country far more than our fair share in tackling this menace of global climate change. And our civilizational connect, I want to end with this from my side, is about Earth is our mother and we are her children. How beautifully this has been said in the Atharva Veda, Mata Bhumi Putro Aham Prithivyaha. That is what our civilizational connect is. That is what we are. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a wonderful panel, and I'm sure everybody gauged a lot more than what was actually said. Let's hope that both climate change and local pollution gets sorted out as quickly as possible, especially for Delhi. Thank you, and a round of applause for the speakers, please.
Thank you, everyone. May I please request all the panelists to stay on the stage while I invite Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our distinguished set of panelists today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait for a photo up, Siddharth, please. Siddharth, we'll just take a photograph. Yeah. Thank you so much. Siddharth, we'll request you to also join them, please. Thanks. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to the moderators. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on to the next session now. Our next panel is titled Capital Meets Climate. The future of sustainability is being funded now. Top venture capitalists and impact investors are unpacking where exactly the money is going and why. From energy storage to carbon marketplaces, this session reveals how capital is chasing climate innovation and what it takes to build investable green solutions. As climate tech moves from pilot to scale, learn what defines a bankable idea, how founders can navigate the funding landscape, and where the next climate unicorns might emerge from. Let me welcome on stage our next set of panelists now. Please put your hands together to welcome Swapna Gupta, partner of Avana Capital, to join me on stage for the next panel. Mridula Ramesh, founder of Sundaram Climate Institute, and Namrata Rana, national head of ESG KPMG in India. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel, all women, and I'm going to be moderating this session. Welcome. Welcome. Good to have you. All right, the only all-women panel that we have. Thank you so much. When it comes to climate crisis or any crisis, we always rely on women. And that's why we have all of these leading women to really help us understand what is the best way to tackle climate crisis, what's happening at the ground zero, and what do we really need to do. But when we talk about capital meets climate, what exactly is climate? Let's demystify that first. Mridula, let me start off with you first on that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think when many people talk about climate, the first thing that we popularly go to is carbon. So we think of solar panels, we think of wind power, etc. But especially for India, which is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, I think we really need to think very differently. I've had the climate in the past decade echo my words. I think shaping supply chains and resculpting global supply chains has become an important question that everybody is asking, the China +1 question, etc. But when factories are relocated, nobody is going to relocate a factory in a place that floods, right? Nobody's going to relocate a factory in a flood that gets shut down because it doesn't have enough water to run. That's climate. Because we speak of carbon, but the climate itself speaks through water, right? What is one sector that we all depend on, which is completely exposed to the climate? Agriculture and the rural economy that runs off its back. So making farmers and farming and our food supply far more resilient is climate. Building, we were just talking that, 80% of India is yet to be built. How do we make those buildings more resilient? How do we make it step lighter on the world? That's climate. If it's an FMCG brand choosing how to package its stuff better so that inventory is not lost, insurance person deciding how they should think about premium in ensuring either factory goods or not is a climate. Today, I'm a textile manufacturer and I'm thinking whether I should buy cotton for the full year or stop buying now.
Yeah.
And making that decision really involves understanding climate.
Absolutely. Swapna, let me come to you. When we understand climate, it's all okay. Now we're getting a lot of ideas as to where all can we really start working at, as what Mridula has indicated. But tell me, what is the investor's interest at this point in time? What are VCs, investors thinking at this point in time? What will excite them when it comes to green ventures?
Absolutely, and a delight to be here. I think investors will be where there is money to be made. That's what investors do, right? But if I have to think about, and Mridula peeled it very well, right? Climate doesn't mean one thing, but is a sum total of many, many areas. I think if I look at India, and we talked about how India needs to be still built, if we look at large 3 GDP contributors of the country today, which are supply chains, mobility, agriculture, energy, between them we are talking about 70% of GDP, 90% of India's emissions. So really, if one could think about systematically tackling each of these sectors, there is a lot of money to be made, a lot of progress to be made, and a lot of technological innovations to be made. So with that, I think every VC, you can peel the labels, you can be a generalist investor, you can be super focused as a climate investor, you can be mobility investor, agriculture investor, or just another deep tech investor. All of us are looking at innovations, which of course come from startups because they are faster, nimbler, which can systematically build technology, which don't make, another shift, but step shift in how things are. So how this building is made, how can we reimagine this? How can we reimagine everything around us? Because this is our opportunity. I think the previous panel, which was talking about we have made good progress, I think the other significant part is we have not only made good progress for India, but for the rest of the world. To Mridula's point, I think climate doesn't really mean solar and wind because it's much more beyond, because if you think about rest of the world, they're all developed. If you look at the north, it's all well developed. They're thinking about mitigation. But as we're thinking about India, it's more adaptation, resilience, which means systematic thinking in process and product. So I think that's where our opportunity as investors also lie, that are there pockets where we can create innovation and large-scale impact and return.
Absolutely. Scalability is also something that we will be talking about. But let me bring in Namrata here. And just now, Swapna did talk about, probably investors will be only interested where but the money will be made. Help us understand when it comes to ESG, how do you really assess, what are the metrics there to understand what's working? Because in a normal corporate world, it's the ROI, it's the bottom line that really functions. What happens when you really understand the work that you're doing in sustainability is actually impacting on ground zero? What are the metrics there?
So, last I heard, there are 1,437 discrete KPIs that need to be looked at when you look at ESG. But that was just last year. It's adding up. Last year, there were about 500, last to last year, there were 500 global compliances. Now there are 1,200. So what does that really mean? It means that almost everything around us is either something that needs to be redesigned or it needs to be remade for the new world. We cannot have industrial processes that exist that are wasteful anymore. We need circular systems. We need new materials, we need new processes, we need new technology. Which also means that the way that we measured success, which basically said that profit is all that matters, is not the only measure of success anymore. We need to account for larger scale impacts. We also need to account for things that mitigate risk. So therefore, when we start looking at what is the ROI, what are the metrics, what do you need to look at, there are certain thumb rules that will stay true always, which is that, are you doing something good? And that's something good for the world without adverse impacts is something that needs to be accounted for in all investments now going forward.
Absolutely. Mridula, let me come to you. You know, again, we're talking about capital, and I wanted to understand, it's not just one form of capital that we are talking this day. You know, there are so many kinds of capital that are flowing in. We all need to know what is the intersection point there. How do we understand when it comes to these different forms of capital then?
Yeah. So let me give a concrete example to answer that question. So you take startup A, right? This person is working on providing irrigation solutions to farmers across India. And probably one of the most climate impactful startups that I can think of. Now, they get a government grant. The government guy says, okay, fine, I'm giving you X crores. You will go work in Maharashtra in this district, right? Then he says, okay, he's also raising startup funds. So I come and say, no, I'll give you money, but I need you to look at how efficiently you're doing it. Then he goes and pitches for a philanthropic competition and he gets another 50 lakhs, but that 50 lakhs comes with the thing saying, you will take these 3 things along and you will show this result by 3 months. He's one founder. He's trying to work with 5 farmers and he's trying to make his money stretch. I feel really sorry. Okay, these are guys and men and women who are heroes who are really going out there and doing it. I think the funders need to have a common agenda and expectation to the founder. I think there needs to be some collaboration. I know when Swapna and I talk, Anjali and I talk, I work with funders, I say, look, we have to talk amongst ourselves and give one input to the startup in terms of what are the common metrics to think and prioritize those. Otherwise, you're just going to, kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
Absolutely. Swapna, do you want to add on to that when it comes to the financial institutions? How do they prioritize probably hand-holding, things, places, we're also looking at corporates here, startups, large-scale corporates. How do you handhold and probably guide them through this space?
Yeah, no, it's an important part of what we as Avana do and as ecosystem players, all of us do. I think what Mridula said sort of stitches into it. I think founders, of course, find capital where they can and they work with various stakeholders. The important part is how do all these stakeholders be in sync, right? So I am a large corporate, assume FMCG corporate, right? My big business is, I need to replace packaging to meet my goals across businesses. Great, but I will not do it at the cost of profits, right? I will do it only when it makes business sense to me. Now there is this great startup who has figured out a packaging material which could replace traditional ways of packaging, of course, great for climate change, but it's 50% more expensive. Now, how do you bridge that gap, right? I think that is where funders like us come in, where we say, look, product is novel, there is an inherent demand, but at the price points that is there, the demand doesn't work. So you put in that patient capital and you actually work with them to get to a price point which works for corporates. But again, you can't build a product which no one wants. So again, you have to work, at least we have to work very closely with these corporates to understand whether there is a real demand for the product. I think that's where that bridge is very necessary between a startup or a corporate. I think similarly a bridge is necessary between, say, a startup and which way policy is being driven, right? Or regulatory is thinking which way. You could be building a lot of EVs, but today if you think about solar, EV, all of them actually became real when national missions came in place, national EV mission, national solar mission. As I think about, Mridula, to your point, circularity is becoming more real, right? BRSR guidelines are pushing people to think through what their emissions look like. So again, the challenge is when technologies are built in silos, someone else is making them work on their own projects, which cannot reach scale because the industry or the market does not need it. So we have to be that bridge to ensure that everyone is talking the same language.
Absolutely. Namrata, let me bring you in here. I wanted to talk about the risk aspect. How are you looking at, how companies are thinking of embedding climate risk in their investment strategies at this point in time? Also help us understand, our current disclosure standards enough? Do we need more? How would you really look at that aspect?
So one of the most important things that have happened in the last couple of years is that central banks all across the world are basically saying that climate risk needs to be embedded when they start looking at giving a large industry or anybody else a loan. Now, the Reserve Bank of India last year came out with a draft guidelines that basically says that companies need to evaluate climate risk and opportunities. Now, that, to me, this entire statement says it all, which basically says that there is climate risk, but there are also emerging opportunities, and then banks need to account for that in their loan books. Now, this is something that across the world, different central banks are looking at. And if you evaluate the policy ecosystem in India, and if you look at what the government is doing, since the last year, there are many, many new things that have come out. So we had the BRSR, that's been there for a bit, but over and above that, the greenwashing guidelines became law in October last year, which is very important. Next, they talked about disclosure, advertising disclosures, and the fact what you can say and what you can't say and the kind of claims that you make. This year, the carbon credit trading scheme came out. The climate finance taxonomy has come out. So if you start looking at where things are going, they are only accelerating. And that essentially means that there is realization that there are massive climate risks ahead of us if we don't do something about it now. And those climate risks are going to impact finance, and finance moves the world around us. If it impacts finance, we need to start looking at it immediately. And large organizations, institutions have already started accounting for the climate risks that they entail. Not comprehensively, but it's a start. And I'm hoping that very soon the draft guidelines by the RBI will now become law.
Absolutely. Mridula, when we talk about SMEs, that's something that I want you to talk about. What do they think of climate?
So if I, just to be a little simplistic here, if you divide SMEs into people who are clueless, okay, that's a different organization. Then there are people who are clued in, but really don't know how to say, what do I do first, right? So let me, the good news about the clueless is climate is changing so rapidly that it will hit you on the head sooner or later. So you will become clued in. So when we come to what next, I think SMEs need two things. I think the role of industry organizations cannot be overstated. I think that is a huge hand-holding role that people play. That's number one. Number two is the role of big companies, the motherships, the buyers, the ecosystem formers. And I'm going to give an example here. I think Israel's water technologies would not be what it is today without Mekarot. Right? So Mekarot acted like the mothership. So a lot of SMEs, even startups, when they don't know what is the next step, how do I go to a buyer? Why should they give me time of day? If you have a bigger company making those introductions, like one of the things that I do with my brand name is I tell the startup, I will be your friendly customer. And I'll help you, give you feedback. I'll be a little nice to you. And then you can use me as a reference to go forward. Right? These are some of the things that the bigger companies can do to handhold and show them the way.
Right. So now help us understand, something that we were touching base upon, scale. How do we make solutions scalable in today's day and age?
I think the good news is Indian startup ecosystem is more mature than it was, say, 20 years back, right? If we think about cycles of innovation, I think we knew how to do services well as a country, and we built large IT services companies. But over time, we have also been recognized as product nations for the world. And I think that's why we are seeing a lot of these made in India actually being relevant as much to India, but for the world. And that's where I think part of your question is answered where scale kicks in. Most of these entrepreneurs are ambitious enough to say that, to your point, Mridula, I'm not solving for a small project in one district of Maharashtra. How do I think of, can I build it across India? Forget India, can I build it for Southeast Asia? Forget Southeast Asia, can I build it for Europe? Can I build it for US, right? That kind of ambition, which is I don't want to be another $1 million revenue company. How do I become a $100 million revenue company? I think that's part one. I think the part two I'm also seeing is, it was okay earlier to be made in India, cheaper product and adoption will happen. I'm increasingly seeing founders build products which are at par competitive with global products at the same price point, right? So again, that is what is helping build scale, that the products are so superior in quality that you're not only scaling in India, but the rest of the world. I think the third piece is just general clueless and clued in part, right? I think people are generally not living under the rock. I think they all understand that lives and livelihood and businesses are at risk, which means if I don't adopt or adapt today, I could be news of the past tomorrow. So my business is great, but if it is not thinking of building 10 years hence, and which 10 years hence reality is development is happening, but climate is also changing. The supply chains are at risk. My agri farms are at risk. Example, I have a company called Eki. It is future of food production because it is making food produce like a manufacturing line. Tomato prices are rising, but common man can only afford at 10 rupees. Can I produce tomatoes at 10 rupees, right? That kind of thought process mindset for the world is what is helping them scale.
Yes, please.
If I may, I'm just going to add one point here. See, my institute works on waste and water, and we just looked at an enormous quantity of solid waste is burnt in India, right? With all the consequences that come with it. If we just stop burning waste and we managed it, like some of the municipalities in India do, not only will we create thousands of crores of innovative capital, we'll also create 1 to 2 million jobs. So look, climate's a huge opportunity, which I think, both my co-panelists have mentioned, and that's something to keep forward.
Why don't you weigh in on that? Data, what does that say? What is the role that transparency plays at this point in time also when it comes to ESG investment?
Transparency is actually needed as part of the circular economy. That's the biggest requirement. I mean, at this moment, you ask anybody in the ecosystem and they will tell you the number of digital payments that happen now. But if I ask a question that how much textile waste got generated, no one knows, right? How much waste got generated as part of, everyday, we were talking about platforms, right? So e-commerce has scaled, but what is the amount of waste that got generated because of that? We can do that, but we don't really do it. So the entire ecosystem, we have a tech stack for digital payments, for payments in India, but we need a tech stack for sustainability across the country, and that to me is the need of the hour that is actually really required. So what is it that we can do so that I know minute by minute nothing goes waste?
Fantastic. I think that's a great point to end with. Thank you so much, Namrata, Mridula, and Swapna. I think this discussion could have just gone on. Interesting facets that have been made by you. Huge round of applause for the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And may I please request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up on stage, Associate Publisher of Business Today, to present a token of appreciation to all my guests.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful panel. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is the energy shift. Clean, scalable, now. India's energy transition is gathering momentum. This conversation will explore the exponential growth of renewables, from solar to wind to hydrogen, and what's powering the next wave of infrastructure, investment, and public-private ambition at scale. This session will focus on exploring how the convergence of policy, support, private sector ambition, and community engagement is making the clean energy transition not just a goal, but an urgent reality. Please put your hands together to welcome our next set of panelists, Mr. Prashant Chaubey, President, Business Development, Avara Group. Also joining him will be Joshua Wycliffe, Chief of Operations, International Solar Alliance, Safi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor, NDMA. To moderate this panel, I'd like to invite on stage Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor for Markets on Business Today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. An erudite panel in front of us. We are going to talk about how our electricity bills are going to come down thanks to solar panel manufacturing, the International Solar Alliance, and of course, a very special gentleman, Mr. Rizvi. He's the advisor for the NDMA. He himself is an entirely wonderful topic, which we will be discussing shortly. But first to you, Mr. Chaubey, you are the president at Avada. This is a solar photovoltaic manufacturing company. They design and deliver solar panels for rooftops. They're also into clean fuels, as also into energy solutions. And as Mr. Chaubey was telling me, Avada essentially is A from Ayurveda, and Vada is a promise. So with that promise, Mr. Chaubey, let's begin the discussion. How do you see solar panel manufacturing now increasing in India? Because I'm from the stock market side, let me assure you, in the last 2-3 years, one of the biggest, or maybe 3 or 4 of the biggest wealth creators have come from the world of solar panel energy.
Thank you for having me here. I think you are quite right. When India envisioned a kind of a target for renewable energy, which was quite humongous, it's like 500 gigawatt, which means we are putting our own entire national renewable energy mission on a stake if you do not have the manufacturing capabilities. For a very long time, I think there was much of a dependence on external countries, including China, for it. And that's where it became very imminent that it's really, really important to introspect and have this Atmanirbharta, what you got, self-reliance. And I think country is now moving in the right direction. If you really want to achieve 500 gigawatt by 2030, you would almost need like 50 gigawatt plus to be almost as about 200 gigawatts, so 50 gigawatt for every year. And that requires a significant manufacturing capabilities. So there's been a very good support coming from government side also in terms of the PLIs. And today, if you look at ALMM, which is the approved list for module manufacturing, which means that only these modules you can bid for government projects, is reaching 100 plus manufacturers today with almost a capacity of 70 to 80 gigawatt. Okay. So I think it's a very phenomenal ecosystem. And there's been, for India, it's a question of both energy security, reliability, affordability. And that's where, if a major renewable energy is coming into your energy grid mix, I think you need to have those capabilities. So one, manufacturing, and second is phenomenal opportunity for the ancillaries as well. So wonderful. For example, for a panel like EVA, backseat, glass, so these are again phenomenal opportunities where India is really doing great.
Oh, wonderful. Let's get Mr. Wycliffe into the conversation. Joshua, you look after the business of the International Solar Alliance in India. What do you think is driving this mad rush towards both wind and solar energy? Of course, it's a lot to do with how prices have moved down dramatically. But what's the overall theme that's running under this rapid change that we are seeing?
Thank you. I'll take you from the last point you said about how prices have fallen down. It's true. I mean, at one stage when solar energy was first introduced, I think around 2006, and I just heard my co-panelists say about it, it was about 15 to 17 rupees a unit. today, in the last couple of days, 2-3 days, I'm told it's gone down between 30 cents to 2 rupees, which actually is something that we have seen in a very major way of how things have grown. There are a few things that drive this, and this is not just in India, but also across the globe. The Solar Alliance is an alliance of 123 governments, 123 countries, and we are a treaty-based intergovernmental agency. So I kind of, when I travel around and see and compare India, I see more or less similar behavior. So some of those things that have driven Indian interest and rush towards that is, of course, the commitments the governments have made, and in terms of where we stand in the Paris Agreement, and also prioritizing renewable energy based on our actual net zero objectives that our country has. And so that pushes the governments, and then the next, the cascade effect from the government comes into the private sector. So if you want to reduce this price, then the government takes the establishment towards policy support, and of course the subsidy support. So the more subsidies made, more policy support, and then of course that brings in tweaking investments into the country, the private sector. To me, where I would support India a lot more is to be able to get the commitment from the private sector towards ESG-related assets, being able to link ESG more towards the corporate results and outcomes that we would have. I mean, one thing that India prides itself in comparison to a lot of the global north countries, is that we do, and we do it because we mean what we say. I mean, we just don't say it for the sake of platforming where we stand and talk, but we really do it here in India. So that's where I would, and we are making ourselves cost competitive. I mean, China has always compared geopolitically where we stand, but I'd say we've come a long way in India, and I think we are well and truly in the path of making India a cost competitive market as well.
Right. Let's get to Mr. Rizvi, and ladies and gentlemen, a brief word on Mr. Rizvi. He's the advisor to the National Disaster Management Agency. You see his colleagues everywhere. He's the gentleman who pays the bill for climate change. So wherever disaster strikes, you see Mr. Rizvi. All landslides, all floods, his agency manages the aftermath of all that. So a small round of applause for Mr. Rizvi. He's also an IPS officer, and he saves our skins every time. And Mr. Rizvi, I've always wanted to ask this: how do you begin your day in an organization where the middle name is disaster?
Well, I think I have to learn from you guys in television. Looking at that stopwatch, I'm getting blood pressure. So it's like Tom Cruise on a train trying to defuse a bomb. I mean, it's making me really nervous. But that's how we begin our day. The disaster, there's a crisis, like this recent landslide in northern Sikkim in the district of Mangan, where half the army cantonment got split in half because there was a retrogressive landslide. So it starts with that, then it ends with a disaster. It leaves us very little time for planning. So what we did was we segregated our entire division into 4 types of activities. One is operations, which deals with response, where you see those orange suited guys. So we have a separate force called National Disaster Response Force. We have spread that to the states also, State Disaster Response Force. Some are doing very well, some have just about started. So that's where the response side comes. The 15th Finance Commission put aside about $35 billion for 5 years, of which 40% is for response. However, 30% has been put for reconstruction, and 30% before that is for preparedness and mitigation. That is where we have to plan on how to prevent that landslide, how to reduce urban floods. If there are urban floods, you need to predict why are the rains happening, why are there extreme weather events. And if there is climate change and there is a rise in heat and surface temperatures as well as sea temperatures, then what type of difference is it making to the weather? Which is why our primary job is to bring IMD, Central Water Commission, National Remote Sensing Center, all their work together and get the states to work on it. So creating resilience in infrastructure, which includes solar infrastructure, wind infrastructure, that's just one aspect. So energy, power, telecom, roads, So for that, there's like the International Solar Alliance that India has created, a collection of several countries. We have also got together with others to create the Center for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. So these are two very interesting international organizations that are working on similar stuff.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rizvi is the Tom Cruise of National Disaster Management, and we are very thankful, sir, for having you here. Getting Mr. Chaube into the conversation, Prashantji, when you look at how solar panel prices have come down dramatically over the last 2-3 years or so, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have solar rooftops. What are the chances that in the next 3 years or so, the cost of solar panels would be so dramatically lower and their efficiency would be so high that power produced from the sun would actually be free of cost?
You are quite right, actually. So I would say that starting from when we started the renewable transition in the country, today, now we are really talking about democratization of renewable energy, which is really happening now. One, at a residential level. Second, at a CNI level, where commercial industrial consumers can really go for it. And third, also at agriculture level, where the government is trying to actually bring every agriculture feeder into the grid for the renewable. For example, PM Kusum scheme, which is there. Similarly, Prime Minister Saur Muft Bijli Ghar Yojana, which is there. Launched in April last year. Within a year, I think it has seen 47 lakhs applications, right, for a rooftop installation. Government has already, I think, more than 4,700 crores have been spent on that. That's for the purpose of penetration of the renewable energy, was really good for the country, part A. Part 2, the prices of solar panel will reduce, but to an extent, unless we have this capability for polysilicon and NGOD, which is the fundamental building block for the solar module, and 80% of the polysilicon incidentally is produced in China actually, so the reliance would be there. But yes, with the scale, the kind of scalability which is there for the renewable in India, with the kind of capacity build up in India, I think the prices would reduce over a period of time. And there is a fantastic subsidy which is coming from the government in terms of you to really offer the rooftop or for the PM Kusum scheme and so on and so forth. Second thing is that if you look at when the solar really started 15 years ago, the price of solar was about 15 rupees, 16 rupees. Today the price is about, recent bid would be about 2 rupees 50 paisa. And because of so much solar coming into the grid, even the exchange GDM prices are coming to like 30 to 40 paisa now for a solar. So there is a humongous solar which is available, and I think we can go for like load shifting, right? Why you need to really run most of the thing in the evening, which is the evening peak, which is really a crisis for the country. You shift the load. There is a humongous amount of a solar available during the day. There is also phenomenal amount of a battery storage which is coming into the system. And I think with this you can really cope up all those requirements.
Okay. Joshua, coming to you, it's often said, and it's known to everybody who studied science, that there's limitless energy in the sun, and there is a lot of power behind the wind plan that we have in India. Yet there are barriers to how this industry is growing. Are they just man-made, or how do you look at these barriers? Are they surmountable?
Well, I'd say that it's a mixed bag. You have barriers that are nature-based as well. So, I mean, for example, the access to grids, remote places, especially countries where, I mean, in India, of course, you've got a lot of remote lands, and we've overcome quite a bit here in India, unlike some other countries. So that would go and feed into the nature-based. And man-made, to some extent, is because probably, I wouldn't say that so much of India. Inaction happens in some markets where government inaction also results in as one of the barriers that we have. Of course, the high capital investment initially done, and this is not India. I can give an example from another country. I was talking to a prime minister of a small island state, and I asked him, what is your fuel import bill? And he turns around and says 38% of his GDP goes into importing fuel, and that's a small island state, neck deep in their sovereign debt. So, I mean, India may not be in the same platform as that, but steep deep into policy issues that this nation had, ISA, or International Solar Alliance, had to work with the legislative group, tweak the Energy Act, tweak so many things to bring in. But India does have a bit of a way to go as well in terms of policy and regulation and support in being able to support the utilities. For instance, making it mandatory for utilities to some extent in terms of the procurement requirements, having e-marketplace. I know the Indian government has embarked on it, being able to firm it up in terms of a platform where you could aggregate requirements, where you're able to aggregate solar energy or wind energy or renewables, being able to have an e-market platform where you'll be able to consolidate and argument all requirements of solar energy plays a big role in being able to remove barriers there as well. And the last point I'd like to also talk about is about having a renewable portfolio standard. So it's kind of consistent. In a market where you do get Chinese products, where consistency and quality isn't there, being able to have a platform again in terms of having a portfolio standard in place. So the manufacturing base is able to have a guidance. Like if you take hydrogen, one of the reasons not just India, but across the world, research is still dragging its feet is because there's a definitive standard that we need to reach and say this is what is called green hydrogen. And if we could do that, that sets the pathway to take it forward.
Right. Okay. My final question to you, Mr. Rizvi, is that we don't know when disaster strikes, but we do know what are the 2 or 3 steps or 5 or 10 steps that we should take to ameliorate that pain. What, according to you, is a checklist that everybody should be having in his or her mind the moment disaster strikes, and what can be done to prevent its worst form?
Yeah, so I mean, I would have you know that India has 13 to 14 types of hazards, we call them. And what you need to do when an earthquake strikes is very different from what you need to do when there's going to be heavy precipitation or there's going to be a very extreme heat. So there are different things over there. We put out lots of programs over there. As an organization, as government, as state governments, as city governments, there are a lot of little things that they do. So if it's earthquakes, then you have to be prepared that after an earthquake, when everything has fallen, when people there are fatalities, what do you do with the rest of the population? You have to prevent fires, you have to set up your hospitals, so you have to have earthquake resilient buildings, your hospitals, fire brigade, and your control room should be earthquake resilient. But on the solar point, I'd like to bring in one issue over here, that we in disaster management are very deep working on the mountainous hazards of landslides, glacial lake outbursts. So for each one, we need automated monitoring stations which require solar panels. At 5,000 meters, you need solar panels. And let me tell you, there are 7,500 glacial lakes in India at about 5,000 meters, that's 16,000 feet. And it's very difficult to find a company or a startup which is able to give us an automated weather monitoring station with sensors and a working solar system which works at -30 and +10, and a connectivity which works 24/7 for 365 days a year. So there's a lot of scope for startups, new tech, for landslide early warning. There's a lot of scope to be done over there as well. So there's a lot of connects that NDMA can make with sustainable companies like yours.
Right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call it a day. And thank you so much for such a wonderful set of answers, especially from Mr. Tom Cruise. We'll call it a day here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to please join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our distinguished panelists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a photo up, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to be moving on to the next session, and this is titled Sebi's Vision for ESG. As businesses reimagine their role in shaping a more inclusive and resilient future, sustainability is no longer just a need. It is now a strategic imperative to help bring out how India is embedding environmental, social, governance principles into the core strategies. Up next will be a high-impact session. The conversation will explore Sebi's evolving regulatory architecture around ESG disclosures, green bonds, climate risk integration, as sustainable investing becomes mainstream. With India's capital markets opening up to green finance in unprecedented ways, how can we ensure credibility, consistency, and investor protection in this fast-evolving space? Let us please welcome our next guest on board, Mr. Pramod Rao, ED of Sebi, to please join us on stage. Also walking with him is Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, who will be moderating this session. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. We have the regulator here with us, and whenever you have a regulator, there are multiple questions that you can ask, and there are many questions that you cannot ask. But I want you to quickly set the context for our entire audience here and our viewers regarding what is the big picture as far as Sebi is concerned in terms of the agenda that you want to set. You know, the big picture as far as Sebi's agenda for corporate India when it comes to the ESG space is concerned. What's the big picture here, Mr. Rao?
Thank you. I think I'll put it in maybe 5 buckets. So one, disclosure, and that's really driven by our BRSR core. The second, I would say, is trying to drive investments towards companies that actually undertake BRSR core. So we have actually linked our mutual fund ESG schemes to invest into companies that publish BRSR core as well. I think the third is what I would call debt capital, which can go towards green projects. So we have a green bond framework. Just yesterday on the World Environment Day, we issued also a circular, a framework for ESG debt securities. So there is both those sets which we have enabled. I think the fourth component would be a trust and verify segment, where we look to both ESG rating providers. You have, for instance, CareEdge, which is here. I think that's again licensed, registered ESG with us. And I think the final thing is the social stock exchange, where we are trying to get philanthropy into the capital markets, but really to support both non-profits and social enterprises.
I want to take the BRSR framework right on top in terms of the response and your own assessment. Has corporate India risen to the challenge, or is there still some work left to be done?
I think it has risen to the challenge, and in fact, I would put it as surpassed it as well. Our requirement is actually only that the top 1,000 companies publish BRSR. We are cruising at about 1,200 plus who are doing so. So to my mind, there is even this voluntary nature which is sort of come in. Some commentators have told me that it could be that they were publishing in the past and now don't want to stop. So at some level, I think that's an encouraging sign for us.
But do you foresee that this framework, as far as the regulator is concerned, can get extended beyond 1,000 and also therefore to some extent maybe smaller sized companies eventually?
So I think one, it's voluntary for those who are beyond the 1,000, and we would prefer to stay on that course. But I think the linkage to value chain, the smaller enterprises that are linked to the large companies, and today the top 50, for instance, are required to publish the BRSR core. There, I think there is both opportunity and ability for the small enterprises to join in. Right now, we have scaled back. Earlier, it was supposed to be 75% of the value chain. We've actually, responding to industry, said that we will look at it at a lesser magnitude. But I think, it's a journey which has begun. So over a period of time, I'm sure it will encompass the entire value chain.
Beyond the regulator's purview really, but do you think unlisted large corporations also, and there are many of them, should also come under a framework, whoever makes that policy?
So it does come under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Yeah.
I think they've actually been encouraging and creating what I call our voluntary standards. Those apply to the unlisted public companies too. But you're right. I think if they have a sense of responsibility, they should really, measure up to either our standards or the MCA standards, for sure.
Absolutely, and if they do it voluntarily, as you were saying that there are companies beyond the 1,000 who do it voluntarily, it makes sense and perhaps eminent business sense from a valuation perspective as well. I personally discovered during this exercise and where CARE ESG came up with multiple data parameters for our jury to consider, and this is about standardization of, the data reporting and therefore to ensure that it is reliable and accessible. Do you think there are some tweaks that are required on that space?
So I would say yes and no. I think one, we had a industry standard forum which in December actually gave us the various data points that needed to be there. So I think there was both the industry coalition and the regulatory imperative to sort of put it together. Do we remain open to further simplification? I think yes. The answer would be yes. The key is that I think it should be uniform and comparable, because when you have 1,000+ companies reporting, whether for rating analysts, whether for the market, I think if there is lack of comparability, then that is a challenge. So I think indeed we are happy to work towards that as well.
One quick point is, if you were to sort of compare India's corporate ESG framework, both in terms of regulation and compliance, how does it stack up globally, especially with the advanced economies?
I would actually say, I think maybe a qualified answer. So one, when we created it, we actually preceded many of the global standards. If I trace back to 2012 when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs published the BRR, I don't think the world was thinking of these reporting standards. When we came out with BRSR, indeed the working group which looked at it, compared it and looked at international benchmarks which were then available, GRI, TCFD and so on. So I think those learnings have got embedded into our reporting structure. But I don't think we are consciously trying to say that we need to have one particular global benchmark that we need to satisfy. I think we end up looking at it as that India has its own needs and own sort of evolution on this. So we'd rather that it evolves at the pace that we require and indeed suits our nationally determined commitments. So.
Oh, no, that's a very, very important point, because while corporate India and most parts of corporate India in terms of their standards, processes, adoption of technologies and many other things are, globally benchmarked corporations. The company may just be located in India but is globally competitive. But when we look at the broader aspect of climate change, we realize that a large part of India still needs support. So that question was aimed from that point of view. As we went through this exercise, we had several companies who are not amongst the winners, who you will see later on today, reach out to us and say, hey, can we participate, or you didn't reach out to us, and that's why the results are completely driven by data and there is zero discretion applied by anybody. But I want to ask you, do you see a concern around ESG greenwashing?
So I think greenwashing is a risk and a reality. I think, in fact, yesterday, World Environment Day, I think I saw a small news report which complimented us on the launch of, as I said, ESG debt securities. I flipped the page and there was an entire story on greenwashing. So indeed, I think it's a reality. The way I would frame it is that we need to be conscious that, yes, these can creep in. There might be inadvertent creeps in terms of companies just claiming and yet not realizing that it is untrue. Those that are consciously misleading. And I think we will make some of those steps and actions towards those that do it consciously. I would take the example of the BRSR and the BRSR core itself. So one of the data points which people have to put out is that, do you have water consumption? And I would tell you that there's no company in the top 1,000 which would not have water consumption, right? Yet there are corporates which actually reported zero. Now, I'm hoping it was inadvertent and not, conscious misleading. But this is the degree where, something as innocuous as that can lead to maybe a risk of, problems.
Absolutely, and since you spoke about water, I'm just reminded of one of the key requirements that the semiconductor industry has. I don't know how many of you here and those who are watching this know about it, that one of the key ingredients in the semiconductor manufacturing space is massive amounts of water that are required. So a good point there. As an investor, the ESG label that you see around a company, how should an average investor approach this, and in their mind, should they ascribe any sort of valuation premium to good ESG compliance by companies?
I think it will be a market phenomenon. So to my mind, we haven't tried to say that there is a value or not. I think it is for the data to actually speak, like you said earlier. To my mind, equally, some of these labels have attracted the Ministry of Consumer Affairs. I think the previous panel also mentioned that, there are now greenwashing sort of labels if they are putting on their products and so on. I think the way I would put it is that if there is financial returns to be made, people will be attracted to things. Do we have those kind of data linkages yet? I think that is where the industry really needs to spend some time.
You spoke about the bond bit yesterday, but broadly speaking, in terms of sustainable finance and incentives, what more can be expected and what is required? If you can give a sense to everyone here as to what is the regulators thinking as far as this is concerned?
So, like I said, we have two frameworks now, both the green bond, which has been in vogue for about 10 years with a refresh we did a few years back, and yesterday's ESG debt securities framework. I think what can be done more is really creating pools of capital in India which sort of invest in these bonds. I think these pools of capital exist overseas. We have seen a lot of dollar issuances, foreign currency denominated issuances of such bonds, but not locally. I think it then becomes incumbent to look at large pools of capital, insurance companies, pension funds, EPFO. If we have to drive towards a green, sustainable economy, I think they need to be investors in these securities too. Of course, they are all mandate-led. There is an investment pattern prescribed. So perhaps it would be the right time for the IRDAI or for PFRDA or the Ministry of Labor to sort of start thinking that should they tweak that investment pattern to recognize some of these instruments.
And if you say recognize, should there also be derecognition down the line? We see many global funds adopting that approach, but do you think that for a country like India is also something to consider?
So again, like I said, we are at that starting gate. We don't today have those dedicated pools of capital. So should derecognition happen, I think we are capital starved for regular stuff as well. So I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, at least something to push and nudge.
We'll have the Environment Minister of India later on, but in that context, and I'm coming back to what you had told us earlier, you said that we have to strike our own path. But within that, is there some area which you feel is unaddressed and needs some work? Whether, I'm not asking you about Sebi's agenda, but broadly speaking as an expert in this space.
I think, to my mind, a lot of more cohesion can help. I think we are attempting that. Between regulators, we are trying to come together and sort of say that can we approach things in a common way. For instance, RBI has green deposit norms. The government of India has done green, sovereign green bonds. We have our own green bond framework. Can there be some level of convergence? I think yes. I think we can work towards that. I think the second aspect would really be around the reporting portals. What we lack today, I think the top 50, top 100 are able to, sort of do reporting, not just for us, but several international reporting standards as well. How do we enable that for a larger piece of companies, including small and medium, I think would be another challenge worth tackling.
Let me also turn to one other aspect, and this is primarily to do with capacity. As we put together this entire exercise, and it's taken us some amount of effort and time, I felt that there is an issue around overall capacity in the system. Two parts to the question. Do you agree with that? And if so, what needs to be done by all other players, stakeholders, to sort of ensure that our capacities go up as overall as an economy?
So yes, I think we do have a capacity lacking, and I think that is both leading to appreciation of the challenges, trying to document what we actually need to get done, and so on. And some of it is expertise which can marry a lot of the new age technologies to what we need in the traditional sectors too. What can we do? I think even at Sebi, we are thinking, can our education initiative, NISM, launch courses which sort of help people understand some of these challenges. I think that can be our bit for capacity building, but I think it can overall be led by the corporates, which are going to be the real users and absorbers of such talent which needs to come in. So whether it is B schools, whether it's technical schools, I think there needs to be some sort of drive towards saying sustainability has to be part of that curriculum, part of the training.
I felt that, I almost felt that you were going to talk about an MBA in ESG because there are specialized MBAs and that's a trend. One final point, if you have to sit down again for a similar conversation, if not next year, but in 2027, what would you be expecting corporate India to have accomplished on this front by then?
I think we should have had the top 1,000 companies doing the BRSR core. To my mind, that is verified, that is assured or assessed numbers. And I think verifiability gives a different sense of confidence to investors and to the markets. I think it removes that risk of greenwashing as well because it's not self-declared items. I think the second would be if value chain that this entire 1,000 listed companies rely on, if they are integrated as well into not just reporting, but actually taking sustainability practices to the next level. I think that would be remarkable. And I think at some level, not just the most sustainable, but those within that value chain who have really, moved the needle, something like that would be really interesting to watch. I think the last piece for me is that indeed the green bonds, the ESG bonds, so on, being much more available domestically for investors to participate in, for retail to recognize that they can contribute as much to this journey would be really nice.
Absolutely, and given the kind of interest that we see in new investment products, many of them are very risky, but clearly a ESG bond, a green bond would be far, far more stable. Mr. Rao, there's so much more to discuss, but I'm going to leave it here and thank you for your time and your insights here. A round of applause for Mr. Rao here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us for that gap. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Financing Earth, Multilateral Moves That Matter. Now, global institutions are stepping up to support India's green transition. This session examines how multilateral and development finance bodies are unlocking climate capital at scale and what it takes to align global funds with local impact. We will examine the complexities of aligning global financial flows into India's diverse regional needs, policy environments, and development goals. It's not just about funding. It's also about forging partnerships that empower communities, accelerate decarbonization, and build resilience for generations to come. Let's welcome our next set of panelists. Mr. Mayappan Nagappan, he's a partner at Trilegal. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause. Let's also welcome Mr. Amit Kapoor, partner JSA. And also let's welcome Shrikant Sridharan, corporate advisor, and I'll be moderating this panel.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all the panelists for being with us. Starting with the key point and the topic itself, Financing Earth, Multilateral Moves That Matter. I want to start off with you, Shrikant, first, and try and understand for all our wider audience to really keep up with understanding how are multilateral institutions aligning the global finance for climate needs at this point in time, and what exactly are multilateral institutions?
So I want to start off with a joke. By no stretch of imagination, I'm alluding to anything. In most of our Indian family businesses, large conglomerate, we generally have a joke. You walk into the corporate headquarters to the key floor, you actually, if you are English speaking, if you have a PowerPoint, turn left. If you have Excel sheet, come to do business with us and negotiate, turn right. I think that's the intersection most of the multilateral institutions, at least when they preach to India, talking about our taxonomy, about our regulation, and about the way we should behave. I think that's the context they have.
Absolutely. Now, Mayappan, help me understand, when we talk about such multilateral institutions, from a legal standpoint, especially, how are India's frameworks evolving to accommodate large-scale international centers into India that can deal with such large critical issues?
Yeah, so just to add to what Srinath was saying, I think currently multilaterals are sitting on sizable concessional capital. What they're looking for is frameworks that are giving them the confidence to sort of deploy it, making sure that use of proceeds is guaranteed through the regulatory measures. And I think there are a lot of initiatives or interest in India on the legal and regulatory side now from multiple regulators for, to fulfilling their own mandates. So I believe we are at an inflection point, and I don't think keeping the overall climate financing requirements in need, it is still very less, just focusing on multilaterals. I think the financing gap is very large. Government financing won't be sufficient. We do need to have mechanisms to enable blended finance, and sort of when it comes to multilaterals who are going to play a key role in terms of providing concessional capital. Usually in most of the APAC regions, they're trying to align their perspectives with priority areas for the governments in the region. So whether it is food security, water, in terms of sectors, they typically tend to prioritize the similar national priorities. But when it comes to the frameworks and taxonomies, we have heard that there is a mismatch in terms of, typically countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, India come up with our own taxonomies to drive capital towards specific areas. But then with respect to multilaterals, they sometimes follow European taxonomies, and then we have challenges in meeting those standards. So that's sort of where we see ourselves today.
Right. Amit, let me come to you. Mayappan was talking about how blended finance, probably that's being seen as a key enabler right now.
May I first address the question that you asked?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's a bigger issue. So at the end of the day, we must understand that India's preparedness in moving forward on the path is premised on your legal, regulatory, and policy framework.
Yes.
As luck would have it, we have right now a multi-headed hydra. You have at least 5 ministries, if not more, that look after climate finance, so nobody looks after it beyond a point. You have Ministry of Environment Forests, which has got climate change. You've got Ministry of New Renewable Energy. You have Niti Aayog. You have Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs. The taxonomy came from there.
Yes.
Then you have Bureau of Energy Efficiency. You'll have 5 other regulatory institutions like RBI, Sebi. and regulators in power. So what you don't have is a unifying factor. The golden thread that runs through is not there. And given that the Prime Minister has taken the lead, we have created an ISA, which incidentally is, I think, 129 to 130 countries in the world are in it. It is next to UN virtually in terms of our international footprint. You need to hark back to that, and I'm combining the first and second question, and look at how you could leverage that footprint while unifying your policy approach for the nudge to try and incentivize financing. Let me put two data points on the table. India has projected a target of $1.7 trillion of investment for national infrastructure pipeline. That includes, is not limited to energy. India has, Niti Aayog has projected $2.5 trillion for climate finance in the same 5 years. Plausible? So the push is needed much harder than you think.
Absolutely.
Because several aspects of infrastructure that will attract financing are not necessarily as attractive in climate finance. And by the way, we are in 25.
Yes.
The target is 2030. It's not 40.
Yes.
So
right now.
At the core question, and I thought, so given that you've already told us we are on a guillotine in time, may I commend that we get into that? Because if you ask me about blended finance and climate finance, we are scratching the surface. And there can be anecdotal evidence around it, but I think we have deeper questions to work with for the next 12 minutes that you have ticking away as we do. So may I comment that we move in that direction, because the policy thought piece to pull it together, to incentivize mitigation of the risk that comes along with it,
yes,
to credit enhance the investment proposition, and then to ensure that you have actually the pull factor, because money is there. It's not there's lack of money. I'm sure my colleagues will tell you. There is money there, provided you give the right quality and right level of financing needs with the right structures.
Okay.
I think we are missing that. And the last point I'll leave, and then we can debate it out. India announced in COP26 carbon markets. We are still evolving carbon markets. It's 3.5 years gone, 4th year coming. Now, please understand these implementations are now getting accelerated because Europe has announced CBAM, which will come and guillotine your exports to Europe from 2025. It is only because in January 26 that we'll face that pressure, that we have moved faster on this. We need to have a driver on a different agenda. That is the missing piece.
Absolutely.
That is what will bring awareness, that is what will bring capacity, and it'll bring obviation of overlaps between 5 to 7 ministries and 5 to 7 regulatory institutions, align them so that their combined effort is not neutralizing, but actually strengthening and invigorating. I would leave it at that piece, and I'd invite them to jump in, because now it's 10.5 minutes.
For sure. Amit did talk about that, money is there. But I want to understand from you, Srinath, that, we were talking about it as well. India has 1/6 of the world's population, but we do not have that 1/6 of the wealth. How in that case, are we looking at creating the capacities that will be needed to tackle the climate crisis that is at hand?
See, I think, why do people give money? I mean, look at it two aspects. One is to either profit from it, which means the return has to be far higher than what I invested in and what I would make in my own markets. And the surety of that money coming back, which means contractual enforcement and the market's ability to repatriate money. Second is out of goodness. And I think we have also, seen the misplaced sense of goodness with each of the COP promises of the Western nations, saying we will do climate financing and all of that. So I think it's time that we realize, and also this narrative of global south and north is not going to take us too long. There is enough depth of domestic capital available, and that's something that May has been working for quite some time. But the ability to attract that in the form of embedded finance, you need to create trust, confidence. And it's not about large bombastic narratives or speeches or hashtags. Can you give clear guarantee of narratives of legal structures? You put in money, you lead. It could also be in the form of government front-loading some of these expenses or projects for climate, and then getting in embedded finance, because a lot of these so-called new age climate projects are risky by nature. And we need somebody to bring in that risk capital. And there is money available, but again, we keep saying that India will need $15 trillion in the next 25, 30 years for climate change projects. The reality is, if we are so gung-ho about our GDP growing at 7.5%, 8% every year, we should not be really worried. There is domestic depth available. The fact that we still are struggling with harmonized taxonomy within India tells us something, that not all the pillars of policy regulations are speaking to each other. I would be very delighted as a citizen if FSDC takes up climate change as a very, very important policy decision. This is the body of all regulators that meets every quarter, which is for the Financial Stability and Development Council, headed by the Union Finance Minister. If climate finance is not part of that agenda, I don't think we are really serious about climate change. These kind of conferences, we can keep talking. Taxonomy, we heard for 3.5 years, and what we have seen is probably scratched the surface. Yeah. And I think it's going to take us under 3 to 4 years before we get deeper on that.
Absolutely. If you could add on to that and also help me understand, my opinion, when it comes to the legal frameworks, are there any tools that can help de-risk such kind of climate-made investments that are that the corporates are dealing with right now?
Yeah, so just to quickly sort of add to what the other speakers have said also, I think, see, we've been trying to do blended finance structures for over 10 years in this space. And I can tell you from that experience, yes, definitely there are more progressive regulators like Sebi who have come up with, social impact funds. And it's not that efforts are not underway. What has changed in the last 10 years is to say that earlier just explaining these sort of concepts was kind of challenging with the regulators. Now the question is not whether we should regulate, is how do we regulate it? And I think what's driving this is clearly there is a market failure. Financing has not been serious enough about achieving these sort of goals. So now regulators are beginning to step up. And what I see this as different verticals. In addition to some of the ministries and regulators that Amit had mentioned, I would also add a Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Ministry of Home Affairs to the list as well. Because when we are talking about blended finance, clearly after COP29, there is no multilateral financing coming. There is no money coming in through that mechanism. There is a public finance is not going to be enough to finance this. We can't rely on taxes. Already the cost of capital is quite high for investments. If we're going to do a carbon tax, that's going to increase it even higher. So what the only two pools of money that we have, if we want to leverage and bring in sort of private capital, is philanthropic money, which is under the CSR bucket and which is regulated under the FCRA bucket. So CSR is low-hanging fruit. I mean, that is the bare minimum that we should be unlocking, and this has become a more urgent need, especially in the larger global context where Trump has now sort of taken a stance, and USAID has been rolled back, so development financing has further been rolled back.
Yes.
So we are left to looking at our own sort of requirements at this stage, and while voluntary carbon markets and carbon sort of sales are picking up, I think institutionally we have not done enough to sort of support it.
Correct. Srinath, could you come in on to that? We are usually seen as aping the West, and something that Maipan just marked out, when the West, the biggest developed countries, when they're rolling back on such large issues, how do we continue to sustain what we are at, what we have set out for ourselves to do?
We have two challenges that the West does not have. Population is one. That's something very clear. And our fixation and fascination with the West. ESG, by the way, is only a 20-year-old modern framework by the UN. But does it mean that Indian society did not have concern for nature, people? Otherwise, we would have killed each other and none of us would have existed. I mean, anarchy would have taken over, right? I mean, if you look at the entire history of Indian epics and various history, it speaks about our love for nature and so on and so forth. So I think we will have to reinvent ourselves to figure out what is it that we can do. So I think today I'm very excited when I look at climate tech companies, the startups, the youngsters coming with the solution, because they're going hyper-local. We cannot create solutions sitting in Mumbai, in BKC, or in Delhi to make policies for what will happen in one pin code, because we may not even understand the climatic changes in that pin code. And I think the other one is more important. If you look at 7,200 kilometers of coastline, India is one of the largest blue economy population around. We're not even speaking about it. What about our agriculture? So there are so many resilience that we need to build in. I would say that let's go hyper-local to have conversation. And that is why we'll have to take it to mainstream India.
Absolutely. Amit, coming to you. So how do we ensure when we talk about large-scale climate finance, that translates into on-ground inclusive approach and not just probably finance the large assets as we speak at this point in time?
Go back to old habits. Just to supplement Srinath, would it surprise us to know that Kautilya's Arthashastra, at least at 5 passages, talks about forest, abuse of forest, penalties for it, regulation and governance principles around sustainable development. 1986 is when Brundtland report came, and the West woke up to it. I don't know why we are not just going back to our roots and rebuilding from there. I don't know why in our education curriculum, we used to have moral science when we went to school. Why don't we have sustainable development and awareness of climate as a part of curriculum for awareness? Because awareness goes a long way. When you switch from a plastic bottle that we saw 3 years back in the same conference to a glass bottle, it's awareness.
Correct.
You carry a bag with you, it's awareness. And it saves so much. So I think there are a lot of low-hanging fruits that are also not being addressed. And only because there are 4 or 5 ministries and 8 or 10 regulators who are trying to just go around in circles without getting a direction and moving forward. So that's, again, I'm reiterating the point because I think a few points are critical in a 15-minute chat rather than doing multiple.
Sure.
In terms of implementation, the question that you asked, the question ultimately is, on the one side, where is the demand? Unless you have awareness and consciousness around the cost of not doing so, you will never, and unless you price that externality. Today we don't price the externality of a black electron and the substitution that by green. What does it mean for the lungs of our children? What does it mean in terms of livelihood? What does it mean in terms of productivity? If we don't price that and we don't have awareness around it, the pull factor is not there. Our willingness to pay 5 paisa, 10 paisa extra to get much cleaner, healthy environment for the next generation will not be there. We need to do that. A lot of the rest of the retail and complex structures will come only at big corporates. But this is cross-cutting 140 crore plus people in their day-to-day lives in all walks of life. From the time a child is born to the time you're buried or burnt to the fire, everything we do and don't do has a carbon footprint. Yes. We should be aware of that. And therefore our choices will be informed. So unless that is there, you can't have regulators running after 140 crore people. We'll have to start guiding and developing this around ourselves. The rest will follow.
Absolutely. Just last word from you, Meyapan. You were talking about the Indonesian example that you wanted to share about as to how can we implement in India as well. Could you explore that?
Yeah, so I think we have a lot to learn from what other countries have tried in terms of enabling this financing. I think there are interesting, examples that have worked to some extent in Indonesia and have failed for several reasons. One of which is, multiple regulators, multiple laws, not having a central institution or body which is empowered and has the mandate to kind of solve for this problem, which is clearly a significant issue. The couple of other things that are also critical to make this a reality is not just policy and regulation, but there's a lot of capacity building that is required to be done at the private sector level and at the grassroots level as well. And I think this is something private sector should take seriously because regulations are coming in their direction whether we like it or not. And capacity building in terms of tracking these emissions, whether it is at the bank level, whether it is at issuing loans, how are we assessing climate risks in terms of business decisions? I think that is missing in terms of internal institutional capacities at this point in time. It is of deep interest. And again, in terms of the MSMEs or the borrowers who are vying for this money, there has to be a concerted effort to train them as well to make this work.
All right, just 10 seconds for you if you could wrap up and give our closing comments.
So very simple. I think in whatever policy regulations we roll out, we'll have to take our states into account. Without, collaborative federalism, this topic will not take off at all. Just a quick point, if let's say, for example, if you're going to levy a cess, environmental cess in any of the central taxes, states won't like it because no cess needs to be shared with the state by the constitution. The taxes will be shared, but not the cess. So which means unless the states get a share of the money, they're not going to take anything. So how do we involve the states? Because it's not about which party or who's ruling now. It's about whether we will survive the next 40 years. That's important.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, gentlemen. It's been a fantastic conversation. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And may I please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our distinguished guests. Thank you so much.
Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mayappan, Amit, and Srinath, for that fantastic conversation. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is sustainability as strategy, the new boardroom agenda. In this new era, sustainability is no longer an add-on. It's a central pillar of business strategy. Leading corporations share how they are embedding ESG into their core operations, transforming supply chains, redefining profitability, and creating long-term value through conscious leadership. Let's invite on stage our next set of panelists now. Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW Group, please. Huge round of applause. Let's also have Avanti Shankar Narayanan, EVP Group Public Affairs, Mahindra & Mahindra. Dr. Anantharaman Subramanian, Head of Strategy Sustainability, CSR, Skilling, Siemens Limited. Seema Arora, Deputy Director General, CII. Ashish Parekh, COO, Diageo India. And to moderate this, I'm going to be inviting Shailendra Bhatnagar back again on stage.
So ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. And now we've come to the stage where we are going to check out how leading corporates have introduced sustainability into their boardroom, into their conversation with investors, and how does it play as far as the future is concerned. The panel is very well known, and it's the top flight of corporate India. I would imagine amongst the top 20 companies, 5 are here. And of course, we are also represented by the industry body, CII. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin. And I'll start the questioning with Ashish. He's from Diageo, a company that makes our evenings and nights wonderfully better. Thank you so much for Lagavulin and Talisker, 2 of the best brands that I have ever heard of.
You have great taste.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to understand, Ashish, at Diageo, how do you see sustainability now interwoven in your strategy? How is it that the board is now responding to sustainability? You are also one of the biggest consumers of water globally.
Great. Thanks for having me on the panel. See, for us, as the topic says, the new boardroom agenda, it's not new to us. It's been there for a while. When I look at the whole progress of Diageo, right, for us, this is embedded, the fact that a chief operating officer is sitting here and not the sustainability team is sitting here and talking about this
Absolutely.
topic says a lot about, the kind of seriousness that we have it. So for us, it's a business imperative. It's a mindset which is completely interwoven into our business planning. So the way, we look at it is that it starts from the top for us, right from the CEO. So very interestingly, our global CEO to our India CEO, sustainability and this whole KPIs about sustainability are a part of their long-term incentive plans.
Okay.
So it's quite interesting that it's not, just talking KPIs and talking performance on charts, but it is a part of everybody's, the way you are measured on revenue and profitability, which are core to a CEO's KPIs. This is a part of their long-term incentive plan. So that talks about our seriousness. It talks about how we look at not only this whole thing as a boardroom agenda. To let you know, we were the first ones to start about it a few years. In fact, Abanti will have lots of tales to talk about it, maybe over a drink later. Diageo drink, yeah, we should all have a Diageo drink.
Lagavulin or Talisker?
We should have a Godawan today. Godawan is an amazing Indian single malt.
We'll show kar lete hain uske baad.
So when we started talking about it, the exec and the CEO started it, but you won't believe that we have a ESG review done by our India board. So USL is listed in India, right? United Spirits Limited. So Diageo is our global, and in India we are called USL. They review it every quarter, right? And there is a ESG committee chaired by an independent director for us. So again, I'm telling you, it's not numbers, it's real actions, real plans that discussed and are reviewed by the board itself, not only by our exec. So that's one thing. The second thing is, our approach is about 3 very interesting things which are relevant. We call it a triple win approach. So we want it to be the best for our consumers, best for our communities, and best for the company, right? Because it has to make business sense to us. So it's a triple win approach for communities, consumers, and company.
Right. So let's get Abanti to the conversation. Ma'am, M&M has been one of the biggest wealth creators if you look at the Nifty, as also within the automobile space. How is sustainability in your case being driven by investors at the board level as also at the strategy level?
Sure, thanks. Thanks for having me here. I want to start by saying that, for the Mahindra Group, the core DNA of the group and, its very inception has been driven by purpose. And we've always said purpose drives profits. And I think the purpose of RISE, which is the, belief that only if those around us, lift, will we as a corporation also lift. I think that very seamlessly blends into sustainability. And therefore, I think the DNA of the company, which obviously all leadership, members of the leadership team absorb and are expected to, live and work by, that itself plays a very big role in bringing sustainability into the boardroom, into the leadership conversation. But what we are now finding is investors, both private market investors as well as public market investors, are actually starting to not just sort of look at sustainability data, which comes out in reams now because of all the BRSR and all the other sort of global standards that you have to conform to. But they are also asking us very deep, penetrative questions, basis the data that they see and they study. And the third and final thing is that there are very clear expectations which investors have from us. So I'll give an example. In our electric vehicle business, which is a separate legal entity called Mahindra Electric Automobile Limited, I sit on the board of that company. Now that has British International Investment as one of the investors in that in that business. Now they actually own only 3 to 4% of the equity of that company. But even before they came into the company, they did a very thorough due diligence on ESG for the parent company. And then we agreed as part of the shareholders agreement, so it's legally binding, on what we call an ESAP, Environment and Social Action Plan. Okay. So, that's how it's being driven by investors very, very hard.
Okay. Let's get Mr. Acharya into the conversation. While he was at IIT Kharagpur, he was also a very well-known shire in that city. As the Chief Sustainability Officer at JSW Group, Prabodji, how do you, on the ground level, how do you translate sustainability into achievable practical targets? How is JSW actually doing it?
Shailendra, thank you very much for that question. Sustainability is now part of our business strategy. But if you look back when I started my career long before, in late 80s and 90s, how the industry was looking at sustainability and the current, it is completely different. When I tell sustainability is part of business strategy in JSW and how it is translated, let me give you a couple of examples that how it has changed or transformed. I remember when I started my career in late 80s and we used to visit the steel plants, there used to be huge amount of deposits, looks like hills, and there were wastes coming out of the steel making process. It was not only creating pollutions, but it was also occupying very very much of land, okay? In JSW, what we have did, we turned that to an opportunity, use these slags to create cement, and we built JSW Cement as a company. This is an excellent example of how circularity is built into business practices. And by the way, in the process, JSW Cement not only created value out of waste, it also has the lowest carbon footprint in any cement company in the world. We are almost 1/3 of average emissions of the cement in the world. And still we got SBTi approved also to our net zero target. That's one of the examples how it is getting converted a waste into a value and building a business practice. Second example, in the steel making process, lot has been changed, and I think industry has changed a lot. What we did to operationalize sustainability in all the level of the organizations, we started a program that is known as SEED, Sustainable Energy, Environment and Decarbonization Program. What it is basically working to change the mindset of the people on the grassroots and make them responsible to become more efficient. Okay. By being efficient, you not only reduce your emissions, you make profit, because that is efficiency improvement. By the way, the SEED program, we started 3 years before, and we have already reduced almost 3.5 million tons of CO2 emissions, and we have created value for the company. This particular project even has been recognized as a change maker in COP28.
Right.
Third example, let me give one more example, how in the business it is doing. Just 5 years before I joined this group, JSW Energy is one of our listed companies. We are having 70% thermal energy and 30% renewable at that point of time.
Right.
Today, it is reversed. That means we see the renewables, the new energy are the future.
Right.
And it has a business value. It is creating.
Okay.
So that is how it is operationalizing in the entire business processes.
Right.
And to just support what Ashish told about, it started from the top. 25 to 30% of our KRAs of the top management are all sustainability KRA. They are related to climate actions, nature actions, and equity actions.
Right. What we'll do now is get a global perspective on how sustainability is actually moving into India in boardrooms as well. We've got Dr. Anant Raman with us. Sir, you are the top man at Siemens. This is a German giant. How do you see global supply chains being future-proofed due to sustainability? What are the global perspectives that you're bringing to India?
Thanks, Shailendra, and good evening, everyone. Thank you, panelists, for your perspectives. So, Siemens, as he pointed out, we are an engineering giant, and we make engineering goods for industrial infrastructure and utilities sector. We do everything that the nation building requires. So, the supply chain emission reduction is one of the toughest, at least in our experience as well. The emission in the upstream supply chain is roughly 25 to 100 times of your own operations because of various reasons. And what Siemens does is something what you would like to hear. We taste the champagne first, and then we serve it to our supply chain partners. So I don't know whether Diageo make champagne. So I just used a figurative term.
People are waiting
it can
for
be
the
any
evening rather
beverage.
than this conversation.
So we are a digital leader. Now, just cluing into what the earlier panelist said, Mridula Ramesh, we have over many thousands of suppliers, and many of them are SME categories. And many of them are actually clueless. They do not yet know what it means to be on the sustainable journey. There are two levers which we try to work with them. One is to reduce their energy consumption itself with the help of our digital technologies, Industrial 4.0. And the second is we also assist them in transitioning to a cleaner energy mix. So this is exactly where we also bring in the partners together. We also serve many renewable organizations in the country. So we bring our value chain partners in the upstream and also the renewable companies together to discuss how Even a low packet of energy demand can be met through energy.
Okay.
So do we have another 30 seconds to?
Please do.
Yeah, okay. So what is also here important is we have to handhold them. They are more driven by business case. They live for today's profit. They don't understand what it is like to live for another 35 years. They want to live this year and the next year. Now, for a leader, as a leader OEM, this is also spoken in the earlier panel discussions, we have a responsibility to integrate them also as a part of our supply chain. We don't say that we become net zero in our own operations in a certain year and net zero in supply chain later. For us, net zero means our entire supply chain, including upstream, own operations, will have to be net zero. So we bring the synergy between sustainability, productivity, and resilience. So generally the productivity, it pays off the initial cost that you incur on sustainability.
Okay. Seemaji, I come to you on purpose as the last question. You represent an industry organization, and the entire evolution chain over the last 3 decades on sustainability is something that CII has observed. Now, what has been your learnings and what are the key takeaways?
Thank you. Good evening, and really nice to be here. And thank you to all the panelists for the interesting perspectives. Yes, it's true that CII's journey on sustainability actually started 3 decades ago, right at the time of the Rio Summit, so 1992. And we're very proud to see the evolution of our members. All of them here on this panel are our members, and we are very proud of them. What started as merely a discussion when we, in 1992, when we started the discussion, it was merely seen as a compliance issue. That there is regulation, I just need to comply. We worked with them and they worked with us and we learned from them. It's not just us. And it became an efficiency issue. That operationally, how do we increase efficiency? Because it improves the bottom line and that's a very good business case. And then we worked with them and they caught it very fast. I think corporates have to be given that credit, that sustainability has to be the new driver for growth. Therefore, it is a strategic issue. Yeah. So we are very proud and we see this happening. Much more needs to be done. We have not all crossed all the bridges, but we need to do. Now, CII creates lots of platforms, tools. I don't want to talk about them, how we help them in this journey. What I want to really talk about, if you have a few seconds for me to talk about, is what I think are still the blind spots that we need to look at, right? And that's been some of the insights we have got, and I'm sure many more can be added to this list. Number one, I think, is there is this missing middle in the ESG, which is the social. So we are missing that middle, the social sustainability. I think the emphasis on E is there, on G is beginning. The social definitely needs more, focus. And I'll give an example. You see, if we just look at the impact of climate and the heat stress, almost 380 million workforce in India are doing work that is exposed to heat. Now, this impacts productivity, this impacts health. In turn, it will affect the resilience of an organization. Are boards actually looking at this? Are they looking at this? And if they are, very good, many more need to. Our understanding is this is still very nascent. It needs to be done. Add on top of it, labor issues, labor rights, occupational health, all our issues are the middle missing S in the ESG that needs to be done. Second point, I just need to take 1 more minute, is really nature. I think climate is understood, nature is not understood. Nearly half of the global GDP is dependent on nature and the ecosystem. We need to understand as corporates and boards that we need to value and put in the true cost of nature. We use clean air, we use clean water, we do not actually value that properly. If we were to say that what will be our profit and loss statement if we reflected the true cost of using these ecological resources and then say that this is what we are bringing to the table as creating value, this is what the boards need to start looking. I have a few other things, but I'll stop right.
Wonderful. Ashish, coming back to you. When you look at the Diageo board and how over the last 2 or 3 years has this sustainability practically rolled out in India at least, what are the 2 or 3 initiatives that you've taken?
Right, so, really we are quite proud about the kind of work we are doing. There are some amazing programs that we have. We have 3 critical pillars under our, Spirit of Progress 2030 plan. There are, across the platforms we have KPIs till 2030. The 3 pillars are grain to glass sustainability, right? We want to pioneer this agenda, championing inclusion and diversity, and the third is positive drinking. Now, since you're short of time, let me give you some really very interesting programs that are getting rolled out on the ground. So let me start with positive drinking. It's a big, see, we believe in drink better, not more, right? So with that philosophy on positive drinking, we have a Act Smart India program where we are talking to underaged youth of today to talk about the ill effects of how we are educating that what is the right level of moderation. We've gone and taught more than 500,000 youth across schools, colleges, and through digital channels, across India. The second thing is wrong side of the road. Lots of accidents in India happen because of drink and drive, right? We have partnered with more than 79 RTOs in India, where we go through a program which talks about the ill effects of drinking and driving and what are the precautions you need to take. So very interestingly, we have a tab. When you go to an RTO, before you get a license, you got to go through a test. They will test your knowledge and they will give you all the ill effects, and then there'll be a quiz pre and post. Only if you clear that, you will get a license. So these are the kind of, and we've done, by the way, more than 1 lakh, it's now more than 1 million, people have started, going through these tests across 79 RTOs. A lot of them in states like Uttar Pradesh, which are maximum young people having the higher penetration into alcohol, right? The LDA in Uttar Pradesh is the highest. So out of 79, we have more than 14 UP itself. So these are the kind of programs. We've got water stewardship. Our Alwar distillery has got the Asia's, best award on water stewardship, and this is all about, we've actually given 1.1 million cubic meters of water back to the society. Okay. So we are actually supposed to use water for making alcohol, but we are giving it back, right? Packaging. 99% of our packaging is already recyclable. That 1% we are not sure, the brown tapes that we use on the cartons, right? We are not sure about that. Otherwise, I would have said 100% of our packaging, is recyclable. Right. So we've got like that lots of examples, even on energy. We are 98.9% renewable energy. All our direct operations, we've removed coal. We are using only biofuels, right? So that's the kind of, strong drives we are taking. Right. Brands like Godawan, I'd like to tell you something which is, Godawan is the purpose-led brand. Every bottle of Godawan, which is an amazing Indian single malt, we give back the proceeds to saving the great Indian buster. It's a very endangered species in Rajasthan, right? Like you would then save the tiger many years ago. We are doing a lot with the conservation of the great Indian buster. Only about 100 odd birds are left in India. But
I'm sure we'll work towards it toward the evening.
Yeah.
Let me get Abanti into the conversation. You are also responsible for public policy, ma'am. When you look at how government policy has enabled sustainability at the corporate level, what are the 2 or 3 things that you find which are good, and maybe 1 or 2 which might need improvement? I have one question for Dr. Saab also. So you have...
Yeah. So very quickly, 1 or 2 things which are good. First, I would say just the focus on capturing non-financial data. Sometimes it's onerous. We all know as listed companies about BRSR. But on the round, it's very important to capture data because as we know, only what gets measured gets done. So and the transparency and the visibility really helps companies, investors, etc. Second is the role that the government is playing in really enabling the creation of entire green industries and ecosystems. So electric vehicles is a new sort of industry which is green. So that's one example, renewable energy. And then in terms of creating the ecosystem, I would give the example of, circularity of industry. So end of life recycling of vehicles, end of life recycling of plastics, the entire, now there is tires coming in. So I think that enabling the emergence and growth of new green industries and creating that ecosystem. So 2 things that are being done well. I think on what is not being done, I wouldn't say well, but not enough, is just this, I would say the speed and agility to really create faster growth of some of these new age industries. I think that you have to really operate very, very fast, and there has to be better coordination between different ministries, between the center and the state. So that's what
I'm sure that's work in progress. My
Yes.
final question, Dr. Saab, is to you. Because you deal with such a diverse supply chain, which is both local and overseas, how difficult is it for a company like Siemens to continue the conversation on sustainability?
I'm happy that all the panelists are also my customers, so they're also hearing. Abanti was spot on. So what makes this journey sustainable is actually an alignment of target, or rather, let me start this way, alignment of purpose, strategy, and targets. Targets, they help you to survive in the near term, but borrowing your words, if we have to secure Dirghayush, the longevity, it's only the purpose that make you survive. Our Siemens' purpose is creating technology that transforms every day for everyone. So this is our purpose. And our strength is combining the real and the digital world. What we do is we have a framework called as a degree, which impacts 3 areas: decarbonization and energy efficiency, resource efficiency and circularity, and the last but not the least, societal impact and people centricity. So we have all this embedded into our principles. So we laid bare what we achieve by KPIs very clearly, and also we hold ourselves accountable to what we promise our customers and what we deliver. So just a couple of weeks back, one of our star program on sustainability, as I would call it, which is supplying the 1,500 locos to Indian Railways. By the way, Indian Railway is the largest green railway network in the world. And I learned it very recently. And our first loco of this 1,500 was flagged off by our Honorable Prime Minister. So in its lifetime, we will be off-roading about 800,000 diesel trucks, and which means 800 million tons of metric tons of carbon dioxide. So you have to be transparent, you have to bring transparency, and you have to bring your accountability for our customers very transparently. And that's how the sustainability, it gets embedded into values. Right. Strategies can change, but values will not change.
Okay. Acharya Saab, coming to you. Because energy as also steel making are such important parts of nation building, and also they are into all sorts of conversations because of the kind of climate issues that we face. What has been the board's response in adding the sustainability part to the conversation?
Thank you. As I stated, the board takes a lead in driving the sustainability agenda, specifically, towards the capital allocation process, technology selection process. You stated that steel is energy intensive and also capital intensive, and that also emission intensive.
Yes.
So these are the 3 things. Our objective is to decouple growth from emissions, and that has been our focus. Okay. So that means we are selecting right technology which is scalable at the moment. At the same time, we are looking at the future technology which will decouple the emission. For example, green hydrogen is considered as one of the alternative to carbon in making the steel. We are putting up a 25 megawatt electrolyzer. It is soon getting ready by 2 months. Okay. So we'll be possibly the first steel plant in the world will be using green hydrogen in steel making. So that is looking ahead and getting future ready. And this is all through the board directions. So important thing is that adjusting your business strategy, doing the right capital allocations, selection of the technology, at the same time supporting the nation building is very important when it comes to steel sector in India.
Wonderful. I have 7 seconds left, Ashish. The last one is to you. What is in the pipeline after Godawan? The evening is getting young.
What? Sorry, say that again.
What are the new brands in the pipeline after Godawan?
So we've See, we've got a really strong innovation, pipeline. So from globally, we've just launched Don Julio in India, which is one of the most amazing tequilas, that's there. Just last month in Delhi, we've launched 1942 Don Julio, which is really the top of the line, most premium tequila in the world, I can tell you that. So feel free to, buy that. That's one thing. The second thing is we've got a lot of innovation the last 1 year, which we've launched. Things like Johnny Walker Blonde, which is an amazing made for mixing kind of a proposition, not like a black label alone, which is for people like you and me, but a lot of younger people want to have a blonde, which is a made for mixing kind of a thing. So lots of opportunities for you to go out and, check out our brands. So thank you for actually endorsing and asking this question as well,
Thank you, Ashish, for having this spirited discussion today. Your presence made that possible.
Spirit of progress,
I wonder how much of it is sustainable. Sivaji, one final question to you. You talked about blind spots. What comes to your mind immediately?
I mentioned a few blind spots, but I just want to, the biggest, challenge I think is really folding in the MSMEs into this entire conversation. Even here, we only have the large companies, and I'm very grateful for all the work they're doing. But no transition and no sustainability transition is complete if you don't bring in the MSMEs. And I think points were made around that. But one of the things that I really want to say is that the large companies need to mentor, partner, and capacitate the MSMEs. And in fact, ESG performance of large companies should mirror the ESG performance of the value chain, right? In CII, we have a program which we call EcoEdge, where we look at the value chain upstream and downstream. We do their performance rating, and the OEM or the large company's performance rating is dependent on the rating of the upstream and downstream. So unless we start to, and at the board level also, unless the board starts to be more accountable about what is outside the boundary also. And just one data point, we have BRSR in our country, and we have, for financial year 24, there is a study of almost 800 such BRSR companies' reports, and only 1 in 4 is actually reporting scope 3 emissions. So scope 3 emissions and the work that is happening outside the boundary is something that really is a blind spot right now, and that needs to be looked at. And finally, ESG or sustainability is a strategy, very good, but we know culture eats strategy for breakfast. So unless we actually have that cultural change, and I'm glad everybody talked of that purpose, but it's really that board also should look at how is the culture shifting towards sustainability? How is every employee actually becoming chief sustainability officer? Sorry, Prabodha, and then we don't have a chief sustainability officer. Thank you very much.
Just to, I second the idea. I always believe you do not need a chief sustainability officer.
It has
Everybody of your organization, every employee is a chief sustainability officer. So I completely sound, I hope this position gets merged with something else.
It's required.
Yeah, that is my ambitions to see that.
Abanti, this is a topic that's come up fairly recently. While we talk about electric vehicles being less polluting to the environment, but there are a lot of studies which say that over the longer term, because you use thermal power to charge your vehicle, more or less it is of the same impact as a petrol or a diesel vehicle. When you talk about sustainability at board levels, how are companies such as M&M addressing this issue?
So I'll just first do a factual correction here. What you said is a perception, but an incorrect one. So it is true that depending on the percentage of renewable energy in the grid, the life cycle emission of an electric vehicle will vary. So today, if you see in India, we have a 25 to 30% contribution of renewable energy to the total grid. Even with that, estimates by international technical expert agencies is that an electric vehicle reduces emissions between 20 to 35%. So even with the current grid conditions. So I just want to make that, sort of very clear. And obviously, as the grid improves and a vehicle is not a short-term, one-year product, right? So over its lifetime, certainly the grid contribution of green power will improve. This will only go up, culminating in if you have about 75 to 80% of your total grid coming from renewable energy, the emissions are 80% lower from an electric vehicle compared to ICE.
It's grid dependent.
Grid dependent, but even with 25% contribution, the emission is still about anywhere between 19 to 34% lower. So, in terms of the CO2, the tons per kilometer. So that's the point. And to your the other point to make is that electric vehicles have zero tailpipe emissions, and that is irrefutable. Everyone agrees. So when the product is actually being used, the tailpipe emission is zero because there is no internal combustion engine.
Okay. Dr. Saab, when you look at the broader profile of how India has its emission targets set for COP29, how do you think companies which are, multinational in nature, what are the kind of technologies that they are bringing to the country which might help achieving us these targets a lot earlier?
See, Siemens believes that there are 5 technologies which will solve the decarbonization equation. Not in any order of importance, you can pick any of these 5. One is digital platforms. So digital platforms have the potential to address 90% of the global footprint, and it can even advance, it has the potential to advance the UN decarb goal, net zero goal. The next is digital twins, which is let's say, physics-based model of an actual component or a product or a system, which also has a great potential to sustainability, to the cost of sustainability. The third is additive manufacturing, which means you're able to produce that component where it is consumed. And our experiences also in some cases have shown material saving up to 70%, which contributes to the cost of resource efficiency. The next is, of course, smart grids. So we spoke about adaptation, resilience, and smart grids. It certainly enables integration of renewable sources into these grids, by which the grid mix also improves with greater renewable introduction. So I said 4, let me just see what I forgot.
Meantime, let's get Prabhuji into the conversation. Acharya Saab, when you look at this process of both steel making and producing energy, how do you see over the next 5 or 7 years the mix changing towards renewables for steel as a consuming agency and for JSW Energy as a producing power?
No, thank you, Shailendraji, for asking that question. If you look at steel industry has significantly improved their energy efficiencies, and they are in a path to further improve it. And it can happen in 2 ways. One, substitution of energy sources, which you talked about. Another is improving the process itself, whether by using technology like digital twin, where you produce more with less input, or putting into different alternative materials for making iron. By the way, iron making is the problem, not the steel making as a whole. And coming to our targets, we are anticipating by 2030, our aspiration to become 50 million ton capacity, to run all our steel plants through renewable energy. By 2030. All the steel operation has to be run by 2030 by renewable energy. That means we need 10 gigawatt capacity installation. At the moment, as I speak here, our board already has approved around 2.5 gigawatt of renewable energy for use in steel making.
Okay.
We have already completed around 1 gigawatt, which is feeding to my steel operation at the moment, renewable energy. At the same time, if you see in the steel making, integrated steel making operations, the large steel players, they use lot of waste gas, waste pressure, waste temperature. They are no more waste. They are getting used to further generate energy and being used in the process. And that is adding to the significant energy reductions. So to answer your question, as a consumer in JSW Group, as a steel industry, we are aspiring to run with all renewable. 10 gigawatt by 2030, that's our aspirations. We already in the course. Second, as a steel industry as a whole, you see announcement of all the big players like Tata Steel, MNS, SAIL, JSPL, everybody has gone very ambitious on using renewable energy in their portfolio. They have all announced.
Right.
So steel industry as a whole is trying to not only be green, but also to support the green revolutions of the country.
Wonderful. Dr. Sebi, you have a final point.
Sorry, I missed the fifth one, which is industrial AI.
Okay.
So whatever you've already bottomed out in terms of efficiency, so if you bring in industrial AI, we have got experiences that an additional up to 20% of energy savings can be achieved. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the panel. I hope you look forward to the evening. All thanks to Ashish. And let's try all the spirits that are there on the panel as well.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this exciting panel. Let me please request Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please join us on stage, present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Let's have a photo up. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. Prabodha, Avanti, Dr. Anant Raman, Seema, Ashish, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much, Shell. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our finale panel session. And this session is titled Vision 2030, Bharat's Path to Sustainability. With India's top leadership outlining the vision for a sustainable, resilient and equitable 2030, it's going to be a dialogue about aligning political will with long-term strategies and anchoring growth in responsibility. This discussion will explore practical pathways to integrate environmental goals with economic development, emphasizing inclusive policies that leave no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, please put the biggest hand of applause for our very special guest this evening. We have with us Shri Bhupender Yadav, Union Cabinet Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, amongst us. Thank you so much, Minister. And let me please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zaravi, Group Editor of Business Today, who's going to be with us on the stage to moderate this panel discussion. Over to you, Siddharth.
थैंक यू वेरी मच साक्षी. नमस्कार भूपेंद्र जी, धन्यवाद. आप आज यहाँ पे हमारे पास आए. आज आपसे चर्चा करने से पहले एक छोटा सा कि सुबह से जब दोपहर से हमने ये कार्यक्रम आज शुरू किया है तो हॉल भरा हुआ है, दर्शक बाहर भी देख रहे हैं सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे. और जो सबसे बड़ी बात निकल के आई है कि ESG का जो सारा संदर्भ है ये बाहर विदेश में 20-25 साल पहले शुरू हुआ. और एक हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने ये बात कही कि भारत भूमि में ESG समझाने के लिए हमें विदेश जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं. भारत में कई हजारों वर्षों से ESG हमारे जीवन शैली का एक भाग है. इसलिए आज पहला जो मैं आपसे प्रश्न रखना चाहता हूँ कि जहाँ तक ESG की स्थिति है और वातावरण में जो हम बदलाव देखते हैं, हमारे जंगल हैं, हमारा जल है, आज भारत की किस प्रकार की स्थिति है आपके अनुसार?
दो बातें हैं। पहला ये है कि जिस सिविलाइजेशन के दौर में हम रह रहे हैं, ये एनर्जी बेस्ड सिविलाइजेशन है। आपने चाहे रेलवे से लेके और रॉकेट तक का विषय हो, फैक्ट्री के प्रोडक्शन से लेके टेक्सटाइल का विषय हो, एग्रीकल्चर से लेकर के और डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन का विषय हो, हमारी पूरी लाइफ एनर्जी बेस्ड है। टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड है तो टेक्नोलॉजी भी चलाने के लिए एनर्जी ही चाहिए। और जो एनर्जी का जो सेकंड एस्पेक्ट है कि जिस एनर्जी का वो कंजम्पशन आप करते हैं उससे कार्बन एमिशन होता ही होता है। चाहे आपका व्हीकल्स हो, चाहे आपका ट्रांसपोर्ट हो, चाहे आपकी इंडस्ट्री हो, चाहे आपके रेफ्रिजरेटर हो, अल्टीमेटली उसके साथ आपका ये जुड़ा हुआ है कि अगर आप कंजम्पशन कर रहे हैं तो एमिशन होगा ही होगा। तो ऐसे में जिन्होंने भी टेक्नोलॉजी को ईजाद किया है या जो इस टेक्नोलॉजी से कमर्शियल वाइबल हो रहे हैं, जिनको कमर्शियल प्रॉफिट है, उनकी सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बनती है। लेकिन जो वेस्ट हमको ये जो थ्योरी देते हैं, उधर एक बात समझनी पड़ेगी। मिस्टर भट्ट भी यहाँ बैठे हैं, लंबे समय तक क्लाइमेट नेगोशिएशन में जाते रहे हैं। हम बार बार ये कहते रहे हैं कि जितना धरती का टेम्परेचर बढ़ने के लिए कार्बन एमिशन था, उसका बड़ा शेयर तो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज ऑलरेडी ऑक्यूपाई कर चुके हैं। तो दुनिया दो ही चीज़ों से बच सकती है। पहला, जितने डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज हैं उनको राइट टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र हो। दूसरा, टेक्नोलॉजी को एडॉप्ट करने के लिए उनको फाइनेंस उपलब्ध कराया जाए। तो केवल एक दो कंपनियों के ईएसजी करने की बात नहीं है, डेवलप्ड कंट्रियों की एक जिम्मेदारी है। और जिम्मेदारी से ज़्यादा उनका अपना कमिटमेंट है। जब उन्होंने कमिटमेंट किया था तो $100 बिलियन का किया था। अभी तो जो नई रिपोर्ट आई है, एनसीक्यूजी की रिपोर्ट बोको कॉप में भी डिस्कस हुई है, ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक यूएई कॉप में हुआ है, और जो न्यू क्वांटिफाइबल गोल है उसमें तो दुनिया के डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज को मिनिमम $5 ट्रिलियन चाहिए, तब जाकर के हम जो टेम्परेचर राइज हो रहा है इसका मुकाबला कर पाएंगे। ये पहला प्रश्न है। दूसरा प्रश्न आपका यह है कि भारत ने कैसे तरक्की करी है। तो क्लाइमेट चेंज के 3 एस्पेक्ट हैं। पहला, जलवायु परिवर्तन, दूसरा बायोडायवर्सिटी लॉस, और तीसरा डेजर्टिफिकेशन ऑफ लैंड। और 3 तरह के इसके व्यवहार हैं। जो गवर्नमेंट है वो मिटिगेशन एफर्ट्स करे, जो सोसाइटी है वो एडेप्टेशन की वैल्यूज़ को पे जाए, और जो पर्सनल बिहेवियर है उसमें लोग अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल को बनाएं। तो जहाँ तक सरकार के इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट की बात है, मिटिगेशन मेजर्स की बात है, पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के बाद ये कहा गया कि दुनिया का हर देश अपने अपने एनडीसीज देवे, नेशनल डिटरमिन्ड कंट्रीब्यूशन। हमने 8 एनडीसीज दिए। 8 में से 3 एनडीसीज हमारे क्वांटिटेटिव थे। पहला, कार्बन एमिशन को कम करना इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के साथ, इंटेंसिटी को। दूसरा, रिन्यूएबल की ओर जाना, और तीसरा, अपने कार्बन सिंक में वृद्धि करना। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि भारत ने जो 2030 के टारगेट दिए थे कार्बन एमिशन को कम करने के और रिन्यूएबल की कैपेसिटी को बढ़ाने के, उसे 2021 में ही 9 साल पहले प्राप्त किया। हम G20 में एकमात्र देश हैं। और उसके बाद हमने अपने रिवाइज एनडीसीज दिए इस टारगेट को बढ़ाने के लिए। जहाँ तक हमारे कार्बन सिंक एरिया को, ग्रीन जो गैसेज है उसको हमें बढ़ाने की बात थी, हमारा 2.50 बिलियन टन का जो लक्ष्य था, अभी जो नई फॉरेस्ट सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया की रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें भी हम बहुत नज़दीक है, उसको भी 2030 तक हम प्राप्त कर लेंगे। ये तो हुआ हमारी सरकार के मिटिगेशन मेजर्स का। दूसरा जो डेजर्टिफिकेशन की बात है, दुनिया में आज सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि एग्रीकल्चर में जितना हम लोग फर्टिलाइज़र प्रयोग कर रहे हैं उससे धरती बंजर हो रही है, कैंसर जैसी बीमारियां भी है। हम जब UNCCD कॉप में गए तो हमने कहा हमने सबसे बड़ा एडेप्टेशन प्रोग्राम किया है कि हमने 29 करोड़ किसानों को सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड दिए हैं। आप पहले अपनी ज़मीन की ताकत देखो, उसी के हिसाब से फर्टिलाइज़र का उपयोग करो। हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग की ओर जा रहे हैं, हम नैनो यूरिया का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। तीसरा विषय आता है बायोडायवर्सिटी का। 2014 में मोदी जी जब सरकार में आए थे तो देश में टाइगर रिजर्व 47 थे, आज वो 58 हो गए 10 साल में। मोदी जी जब सरकार में आए थे तो रामसर साइट्स 25 थी। अभी 5 तारीख को हमने एनवायरनमेंट डे मनाया, 4 तारीख को हमारी 2 और लेक्स जो है रामसर साइट डिक्लेयर अब हमारी 91 हो गई है। देश का फॉरेस्ट एरिया बड़ा है, हमारा जो 3rd NDCs है वो बड़ा है। और जो चौथी बात है कि देखिए पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन जो है, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक पेड़ माँ के नाम जैसा अभियान भी दिया। एक ही साल में देश में 140 करोड़ पेड़ लगे हैं। और ऐसा नहीं है कि भारत इसको कोई अपने अकेले लेकर चलने की बात करता है। दुनिया में रिन्यूएबल के लिए हम भी इस बात को जानते हैं कि बाकी के जो देश हैं जिनके पास ये टेक्नोलॉजी है उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन होना चाहिए, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होना चाहिए, एक्सपर्ट जो अपना है उनकी नॉलेज की शेयरिंग होनी चाहिए। तो भारत ने इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस बनाया जी। पहली बार, आज तक तो हम देखते थे कि जितने इंटरनेशनल अलायंस हैं उनके हेडक्वार्टर जिनेवा में या बाकी जगह पे होते थे। आज इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस का हेडक्वार्टर भी गुड़गांव में है और 137 कंट्रीज उसके मेंबर बने हैं जी। अब नए क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जो दूसरा विषय आता है कि बाढ़, सूखा जैसी चीज़ों के कारण डिजास्टर है, तो भारत ने पहल करते हुए यूके के साथ कोलेशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर CDRI बनाया जी। और CDRI का भी इंटरनेशनल हेडक्वार्टर हमने भारत में रखा है जी। तीसरा क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम जो है, क्या इवन हमारी भी इंडस्ट्रीज जैसे सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री है, ट्रांसपोर्ट इंडस्ट्री है, स्टील इंडस्ट्री है, जो हार्ड टू अबेट इंडस्ट्री है, जहाँ पर कार्बन एमिशन ज़्यादा होता है, वहाँ पर स्वीडन के साथ मिलकर भारत ने लेडिट बनाया, लीडरशिप फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, और स्वीडन में आज उसका हेडक्वार्टर है। उसमें दुनिया की बड़ी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज भी हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी वाले लोग भी हैं। भारत स्वीडन के साथ मिलकर के जब UAE कॉप हुआ तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वीडन के प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ मिलकर उसका 2O भी जारी किया जी। जब G20 हुआ तो हमने इंटरनेशनल ग्लोबल फ्यूल अलायंस बनाया जी। हमारा जो एक और बेहतरीन इंटरनेशनल क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम बना है कि दुनिया के 7 देशों में बायोडायवर्सिटी के लिए जो सबसे बढ़िया माना जाता है कि बिग कैट्स जो है, दुनिया के 7 बिग कैट्स है, वो 97 कंट्रीज में मिलते हैं। हमने इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस बनाया और उसका भी हेडक्वार्टर भारत में बनाया। तो पिछले 10 सालों में हम तीनों क्षेत्रों में, मिटिगेशन में, एडेप्टेशन में, क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम में लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और इस विषय को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं।
आपने भारत की बहुत अच्छी पृष्ठभूमि रखी है पिछले 10-11 सालों में जो प्रयास किया गया है। मैं आपको एक प्रश्न इंडस्ट्री के विषय में पूछूंगा, बट उससे पहले एक सवाल जो अभी हम पूरे विश्व में देख रहे हैं कि अमेरिका जैसा जो विश्व की सबसे बड़ी इकॉनमी है, वो कहीं ना कहीं पे पर्यावरण को लेके जो कुछ मसौदे थे और जो कमिटमेंट्स थी उनकी रोल बैक कर रहे हैं। चाहे वो तेल है, बाकी चीज़ों को देख के ये लग रहा है कि क्लाइमेट के प्रति वो रुख रहा नहीं। तो क्या भारत अकेला पड़ जाएगा, क्योंकि अमेरिका ने पैसे भी देने थे, टेक्नोलॉजी पे भी काम करना था? क्या ये खतरा है सारे डेवलपिंग वर्ल्ड के लिए?
देखो, लगातार जो हम कॉप में जा रहे हैं और हमारी जो लगातार नेगोशिएशन चलती है, हम नेगोशिएशन का पार्ट बनते हैं। हम हमेशा दुनिया के डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ को कहते हैं कि भाई आपने इस सदी में जो तरक्की करी है वो डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ की कॉस्ट पे करी है। तो क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस तो उनका कमिटमेंट है जो उनको करना चाहिए। जहाँ तक भारत का प्रश्न है, हम निराश नहीं हैं, क्योंकि हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस विज़न को लेकर के चलते हैं कि भारत दुनिया में क्लाइमेट के विषय में सॉल्यूशन का पार्ट बनेगा, प्रॉब्लम का पार्ट नहीं बनेगा।
ये आपने एक अच्छी बात कही। आप वकील भी हैं और नेता भी हैं, इसलिए आपने बड़ी दक्षता से इस प्रश्न का उत्तर दिया। पर मैं इस पे फिर भी एक बात पूछूंगा। ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगले 3.5 साल अमेरिका में क्लाइमेट को लेके कोई पॉजिटिव रुख तो होने नहीं वाला है, और भी शायद और रोल बैक्स होंगे। ऐसी स्थिति में जो फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता है और टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता है, क्या ये हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता ही उससे बचा पाएगी?
अभी तक तो जितने भी हमारे एडेप्टेशन के प्रोग्राम चले हैं वो तो हमने अपने डोमेस्टिक रिसोर्स से ही बढ़ाए हैं। इवन हमने जो रिन्यूएबल के क्षेत्र में जो क्षमता प्राप्त करी है वो भी हमने अपने डोमेस्टिक रिसोर्स से बढ़ाए हैं। और मैं आपको ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि पिछले बजट में रिन्यूएबल में, ग्रीन एनर्जी में जो सबसे बड़ा परिवर्तन सरकार लेकर के आई कि जो हम छोटे यूरेनियम के परमाणु ऊर्जा के जो संयंत्र की बात करते हैं, स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर की, वो इसी दिशा में बढ़ता हुआ कदम है। तो हमको अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमने केवल एनहेंस एनडीसीज ही नहीं रखे। जब शर्म शेख में हमारी कॉप हुई थी तो हमने दुनिया के उन देशों में शामिल हुए जिसमें 2 चीज़ें मांगी जाती है कि आप अपनी ग्रीन हाउस गैस जो GHG रिपोर्ट है वो पेश करिए। हमने 2019 के डेटा को अपडेट करते हुए रिपोर्ट पेश करी, जिसको दुनिया में पूरा क्रॉस किया जाता है। लगभग 50-60 दुनिया भर के साइंटिस्ट बैठ के आपकी रिपोर्ट पे क्वेश्चन करते हैं। और हमने दिखाया कि हमारी 140 करोड़ की आबादी के बावजूद इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या होते हुए एक डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री किस तरह इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी को साथ साथ लेकर के आगे बढ़ सकती है, और ये हमने पूरा डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया। दूसरा, दुनिया में जहां हमने अपने एनडीसीज के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया, वहीं हमने 2070 का अपना नेट जीरो का भी पूरा सबमिशन दुनिया के सामने रखा है। और इसलिए भारत जिस दृढ़ता के साथ बढ़ रहा है, आज हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया की 4थी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने हैं, तो मेरा मानना है कि हमारा जो महत्वपूर्ण रोल है, इसकी जिम्मेदारी को हम समझते हैं और इसको आगे करने का भी प्रयास करेंगे।
मंत्री जी, एक विशेषज्ञ ने पहले एक पैनल में आज एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात की, आपने जिस बात को कहा उसी को जोड़ते हुए कि 2070 भारत का है। कई लोग ये शायद समझेंगे कि हम 10 साल अधिक ले रहे हैं, पर वो 10 साल अधिक नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर पूरे साउथ एशिया का कंट्रीब्यूशन देखा जाए एमिशंस में, वो केवल मात्र 4% है। तो इसको लेके अगर आप एक संदेश देना चाहें कि कई बार इसको मिस इंटरप्रेट किया जाता है कि जी भारत में बहुत ज़्यादा बायोगैस, ये हम बहुत बड़े एक पोल्यूटर हैं पर कैपिटा बेसिस पे, इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, मैं कई प्लेटफॉर्म पे बोलता रहा हूँ और यहाँ भी मैं उस डेटा को रखना चाहता हूँ। हाँ, हम दुनिया के 4थे बड़े पॉल्यूटर हैं, चलिए मान लेते हैं। हमारा कार्बन एमिशन 4.5% है, लेकिन दुनिया में हमारी जो आबादी है वो 17% है। दुनिया में हमारी आबादी 17% है। और जितने भी डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं, मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है यूरोप, उनकी भी 17% आबादी है। अगर उनका क्यूमुलेटिव कार्बन एमिशन को मिला दें तो उनका दुनिया का 60% कार्बन एमिशन कर रहे हैं। तो हम कहाँ हुए सबसे बड़े? मेरे पहले सेंटेंस को अंतिम सेंटेंस से जोड़कर ही दिखाना। और इसलिए मेरा कंक्लूजन ये है कि हम दुनिया के 4थे बड़े पॉल्यूटर के साथ साथ हम कंजम्पशन के मामले में, पर कैपिटा कंजम्पशन में हम इथोपिया से भी नीचे हैं, क्योंकि ये हमारी लाइफ स्टाइल है। और मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा, इवन 4 साल पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन से हमने देश में सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक को बंद किया। पर कैपिटा जो प्लास्टिक कंजम्पशन है हमारा 35 kg है और यूरोप का 100 kg है। तो कंजम्पशन पैटर्न में हम इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या को लेकर के चल रहे हैं, हमें अपनी जिम्मेदारियां पूरी करनी। और हमने कहा भी, फॉसिल फ्यूल की जब लड़ाई होती है कि ये जो कॉमन बट डिफरेंशिएटेड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का जो प्रिंसिपल है, ये सब्जेक्ट टू पॉवर्टी एलिवेशन है। और आज के समय में किसी भी देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो एनर्जी का एक्सेस तो उनको सब लोगों को देना ही होगा। राइट टू एनर्जी तो होनी चाहिए। गांव में, झोपड़ी में, ट्राइबल क्षेत्र में बचे हुए हर आदमी के घर तक बिजली का बल्ब जलाना होगा। अगर आप उसको डिग्निफाइड लाइफ देनी है तो आप उसको कैसे रोक सकते हैं? तो हम अपने एनडीसीज को पूरा कर रहे हैं, हम पर कैपिटा कार्बन कंजम्पशन कम कर रहे हैं, हमारी लाइफ स्टाइल अलग है। इसलिए एक आरोप गलत है कि हम दुनिया के चौथे नंबर के पॉल्यूटर हैं। हमारी आबादी और उनकी आबादी को देखिए, आपको डेटा से साफ नजर आ जाएगा।
आपने बहुत अच्छे से ये बात वाजे कर दी है। आज इस कार्यक्रम में मंत्री जी, जब आपने हमारी इनविटेशन स्वीकार की थी, मैं आपको एक जानकारी यहाँ दूं कि 1000 लिस्टेड कंपनीज जो भारत में हैं उनकी बहुत अच्छे से डेटा परख के एक रैंकिंग है। आप अभी 15 ऐसे जो विनर्स हैं उनको सम्मानित करेंगे। परंतु इस डेटा में से और आज जो हमारे पैनल्स हुए उसमें से एक बात निकल के आई, एक ये कि जहां हमारी इलेक्ट्रिक रेवोल्यूशन है, चाहे वो व्हीकल्स में है और उससे जुड़े हुए आयाम हैं, कहीं ना कहीं पे एक खतरा और मंडरा रहा है और वो भी देश के बाहर से है। चीन के द्वारा आ रहा है कि वहाँ पे कई एक्सपोर्ट रेस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं। आपको लगता है कि ये खतरा है, और अगर है तो हमारे पास रास्ता क्या है?
हमको 10 साल में एक ही रास्ता मिला है कि देश को एक मजबूत नेतृत्व, कंसिस्टेंसी और कंटिन्यूटी के साथ मिला है। हमें नेतृत्व में विश्वास है और हम निश्चित रूप से आगे तरक्की करेंगे।
चलिए, ये भी आपने अच्छी बात कही। अब बात करते हैं कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की। आपके अनुसार क्या भारत के कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर ने, बड़ी कंपनियों ने, और उनमें से 1000 कंपनियों को तो ESG फ्रेमवर्क सारा अडॉप्टेड है सेबी द्वारा, क्या वो काफ़ी है? आपकी असेसमेंट क्या है मंत्री जी? और दूसरा, क्या इसको उस 1000 से आगे और बढ़ा के मैंडेट करना चाहिए?
देखिए, मैं इस बात का पूरी तरीके से समर्थन करता हूं कि भारत में और बड़ी कंपनियां बननी चाहिए, भारत में ज़्यादा वेल्दी लोग होने चाहिए। इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है, ये तो भारत के लिए गौरव का विषय होना चाहिए। जहाँ तक हम केवल जिम्मेदारियाँ कंप्लाइंस न सौंपें, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का विज़न है कि हम ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग में भी अपने नियमों को परिवर्तित करें। और मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि जब मोदी जी ने इस सरकार को संभाला था तब इस देश में एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस के लिए 600 दिन लगते थे। आज वो दिन 600 से घटकर 75 हो गए हैं। मतलब पहले कहीं अपने को इंडस्ट्री लगाने के लिए क्लियरेंस लेनी पड़ती थी तो 600 डेज, 2 साल लगते थे, अब वो 2 महीनों पे आ गया है। हम परिवेश जैसा पोर्टल भी लेकर के आए हैं, क्योंकि जब आप इंडस्ट्री लगाने जाते हो तो आपको फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस, आपको एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस, आपको CRZ, ये सारी फाइलें अलग अलग चलती हैं। अब हम परिवेश के माध्यम से सबको एक जगह लेकर के आए हैं। तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, हमारी बड़ी कंपनियों को निश्चित रूप से सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ानी चाहिए, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी पे ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना चाहिए, इनोवेशन करने चाहिए, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और IIT के साथ कोलैबोरेशन करने चाहिए, नए स्टार्टअप्स को प्रमोट करना चाहिए। और सरकार भी इस तरीके से प्रयासरत है कि हम अपने प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कैपेसिटी को मजबूत करें। अगर हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कैपेसिटी मजबूत होगी तो ये भारत एक दिन दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था भी बनकर दुनिया में एक अच्छी जीवन शैली को स्थापित कर सकता है।
मंत्री जी, अभी आपने क्योंकि क्लियरेंसेस की बात की इसलिए ये प्रश्न रख रहा हूँ आपके पास। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक निर्णय दिया, कोर्ट का निर्णय है, उस पर प्रश्न नहीं है, बट उसके बाद सरकार अब क्या इस विषय को नए प्रकार से देख रही है? कुछ और पॉलिसी या मसौदा बनाने का प्रयास है क्या?
देखिए, आप जिस निर्णय की बात कर रहे हो, वन शक्ति वाले निर्णय की बात कर रहे हैं, उसी की बात कर रहे हैं जी। ये वन शक्ति का निर्णय आप पढ़िए, मुझे तो निर्णय को पढ़ा मैंने। एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट में अगर कोई कंपनी ने EC नहीं लिया है तो उस पर फाइन लगाने का प्रोविज़न है। जब ये विषय ध्यान में आया तो 2017 में एक OM निकाला गया और उस OM में ये कहा गया कि भाई 2017 के OM में रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से वो परमिशन दी। उसको फिर फर्दर क्लैरिफाई करते हुए 2021 में कहा गया कि इसमें एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट के अंतर्गत अगर कोई पेनल्टी है, पेनल्टी देता है तो उस इंडस्ट्री को चलने दिया जाए। तो जजमेंट में उन्होंने कहा कि आप रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से परमिशन नहीं दे सकते, ठीक है, आप आगे भी नहीं देंगे, ठीक है, पर उसी जजमेंट की थर्ड लाइन ये लिखी है कि 2017 से 21 में जो चल रहे हैं उस नोटिफिकेशन से वो चलते रहेंगे और बाकी जिन्होंने प्रोसेस कर लिया वो रुक जाएंगे। तो भाई ये तो आर्टिकल 14 का ही वायलेशन है। मैं तो बड़े अधिकार के साथ उस जजमेंट को पढ़ने के बाद कह रहा हूँ, मेरा किसी के प्रति कोई दुराभाव नहीं है, पर जजमेंट को पढ़ने पे ध्यान में आता है कि भाई 2017 और 21 में जो चल रहे हैं वो चलते रहेंगे। तो हमारा ये मानना है कि ये निश्चित रूप से न्यायालय के अंदर सबजुडिस विषय है, इसलिए जो न्यायालय इसके बारे में क्लैरिफिकेशन देगा वो देगा, पर हमारा ये मानना है कि ये जो थर्ड लाइन है इसको वापस से लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स को पढ़ना चाहिए।
बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट आपने बात की। एक प्रश्न और आपसे पूछूंगा समापन से पहले, और वो है कि कुछ हार्ड टू डीकार्बनाइज सेक्टर जो कहे जाते हैं, जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, ग्रोथ और एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, सीमेंट है, पावर, कई सारे सेक्टर्स हैं, इनको लेके आज चर्चा में ये बिंदु भी आया कि शायद कहीं ना कहीं सरकार से और सपोर्ट की, समर्थन की लोग एक्सपेक्टेशन रखते हैं, आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, सरकार तो सारी ही इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट करेगी, इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगी तो देश बढ़ेगा, ये मैं तो बहुत क्लियर हूँ, कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है भाई। और गांव-गांव तक इंडस्ट्री जानी चाहिए, क्यों नहीं जानी चाहिए? हमारे देश में हम इतनी कैपेसिटी रखते हैं, पानी हमारे पास सब जगह है, रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास सब जगह है, वातावरण हमारे पास सब जगह है, और हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी सब जगह है, तो ये तो इसमें तो आगे बढ़ना ही चाहिए। और देखिए, बढ़ने के दो तरीके हैं। फर्स्ट, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, उसमें सरकार पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबद्ध है। दूसरा, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, तो हम नेशनली नहीं, मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले इंटरनेशनली भी कहा कि जो लेड इट है, जो स्वीडन के साथ हमारा इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन है, वो यही है कि जो हार्ड टू अबेट इंडस्ट्री है वो नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाएं, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करें, इनोवेशन करें, रिसर्च करें, इसमें दुनिया के बाकी देशों के साथ मिलकर चलने का काम करें। और सरकार इसको पॉजिटिवली सबको आगे बढ़ाने में पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। और सरकार की नीतियाँ और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विकसित भारत का जो विज़न है वो यही विज़न है कि देश की इंडस्ट्री, देश का प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी मजबूत हो, ताकि देश में हम रोजगार पैदा करें और हिंदुस्तान को सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाएं।
एक छोटी सी आखिरी बात, कॉर्पोरेट्स डिस्क्लोजर करते हैं ESG को लेके, और कई बार ये कहा जाता है कुछ ज़्यादा ही कर देते हैं, मतलब पर्चे भरने के लिए पर्चे भर देते हैं, इस टाइप की भी कई बार बात कही जाती है, ग्रीन वॉशिंग। आप क्या संदेश देंगे इस विषय पे कॉर्पोरेट इंडिया को?
नहीं, ट्रांसपेरेंट रहिए, ईमानदार रहिए, सरकार भी ईज ऑफ डूइंग को, बिजनेस को बढ़ाना चाहती है। ट्रस्ट लीजिए, ट्रस्ट दीजिए, ट्रस्ट ही एकमात्र चीज़ है जो सबको आगे बढ़ा सकती है। तो सब एक दूसरे का ट्रस्ट करें और अपने अकाउंट्स को भी, ट्रस्ट का अर्थ है, ट्रस्ट में ट्रुथ भी होता है, दोनों का पालन करें तो देश निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ेगा।
आज भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट, क्लाइमेट, इन विषयों पे और कॉर्पोरेट विषयों पे चर्चा की। कई और कार्यक्रमों में और मंचों पे राजनीति की बात की जाती है, आज के लिए वो बात नहीं करेंगे आपसे, क्योंकि आपने समय इस कार्यक्रम के लिए स्पेसिफिकली दिया था। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
दुनिया में माना जाता है कि राजनीति और इकोनॉमी अलग अलग है। हमारे यहाँ तो चाणक्य ने जो राजनीति का ग्रंथ लिखा उसका नाम ही अर्थशास्त्र रखा था।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Now, please invite on stage Ms. Kalipuri. She is the Vice Chairperson of India Today Group and the Executive Editor-in-Chief, to please walk up to the stage and present a token of appreciation to our very special guest, Shri Bhupender Yadav. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Union Cabinet Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. May I please request you to have a photo up? Yeah. I will also request you to stay back. We are now going to be having a very special launch of our BT edition of the special magazine. So it's now time to launch the exclusive issue of the Business Today Special Edition magazine that highlights the success stories of Business Today, India's most sustainable companies 2025. To join Shri Bhupender Yadav and Kalipuri ma'am on stage, let me please invite on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, Alok Nair, Chief Operating Officer of Business Today, to also be on the stage, please. This carefully have the magazines also on the stage. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this exclusive edition. This carefully curated edition is based on comprehensive CareEdge studies, celebrating 15 outstanding companies across diverse sectors who have demonstrated visionary leadership in steering their companies towards robust and sustainable growth. These companies exemplify how innovation, responsibility and long-term commitment to environmental and social governance can drive not only business excellence but also meaningful impact. Thank you so much, Shri Bhupender Yadav. Thank you so much, Kalipuri ma'am, Siddharth Zarabi and Alok Nair. And now, we are going to be proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, to BT India's Most Sustainable Companies Awards. The awards for Business Today's India's Most Sustainable Companies, which was decided by a high-powered jury chaired by Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, former chairperson of State Bank of India, with CareEdge ESG ratings as the knowledge partner. Winners have been decided across 15 categories, a combination of sectoral and sustainability leadership. The scoring process was determined through key indicators that cover environment, social and governance themes. The universe comprises of the top 1,000 listed companies, from which these 12 sectors have been shortlisted based on the impact on environmental and social themes. Let's have the audiovisual, please.
Welcome to Business Today's India's Most Sustainable Companies Summit and Awards, an exclusive platform that celebrates corporate leadership in ESG, responsible business, and climate-forward thinking. Powered by the publicly available data and deep insights from CareEdge ESG ratings, our knowledge partner, India's top 1,000 listed companies, assessed across high-impact sectors. Finalists chosen by a distinguished jury, chaired by Rajneesh Kumar, former chairman of the State Bank of India, and supported by eminent leaders from sustainability, industry and policy. Presenting 15 path-breaking categories that honor the champions of sustainability in India Inc. From metals and mining to power, auto to FMCG, banks, NBFCs and real estate, to recognition for disclosure, climate leadership, transition strategy and special jury recognition, with power voices from policy, industry and finance, and the support of visionary partners like L&T, PepsiCo, Diageo, KREDL and RVNL. This summit isn't just an awards night. It's a call to action for India's sustainable future. Because sustainability is no longer an option. It is the only way forward.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to invite on stage Shri Nikunj Dubey, Director and Head of CareEdge ESG Ratings, to discuss the awards methodology with this August gathering. Nikunj, can we please have you on stage?
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to represent CareEdge ESG Ratings as a knowledge partner with Business Today. It has been a very enthralling journey that we had with Business Today for this year's Sustainable Awards 2025. As shared by Shristi, we had a tremendous amount of data to be driven, seen through 1,000 companies that we have gone through for assessing this whole awards that is being presented here today. We'll delve into a little bit on the methodology, how we have tried to approach it, trying to be transparent in a way of the process of the assessment. So let's delve into our methodology that we have done. We went ahead and selected first top 1,000 entities to look into as our biggest bucket. The reasoning behind that was in terms of the data availability that we needed. which is guided by the factor that it is mandatory for the top 1,000 entities to publish their BRSRs. So hence, data availability becomes at least a standardized approach over there, from which 12 sectors were selected for this year's awards with the time constraints we had. We wish, as Siddharth said, that we, going ahead in years to follow, we wish to expand the coverage of these awards going ahead. So 12 sectors have been very carefully selected, which are a combination of hard-to-abate sectors, sectors which are on a day-to-day used by consumers, and then, of course, the financing institutions as well, which are the backbone of our economy. So a total out of the 1,000 entities, 183 entities have been finally selected over the 12 sectors that we have as of now. Moving ahead, we have taken all these sectors. Bifurcations has been done based on the regulatory understanding of the MDAC classifications of the industries. And that is how we have classified the industries under the various, and the companies under the group that we have. All the data that has been taken into consideration is based on the public available data by all the entities that has been put, and based on the disclosures, we have arrived at the further assessments that we have. Can we have the next slide, please? So, an assessment methodology is a bottom-up approach of assigning an assessment of an organization. So we have 1,500 data points that are being looked at, researched, thoroughly vetted, and peer benchmarked. So when we have these data points are ideally then used to calculate our core indicators that we generally talk about, our intensity or our policy, or what are those initiatives that the companies are taking. These core indicators are subsumed under certain categories which are under the themes of environment, social, and governance. So the theme scores that we have is basically an aggregation of the core category scores. The core category scores are a culmination of numerous indicators under various themes, which are adjudged based to the number of different types of activities that an organization performs and through which we are assessing them thoroughly. We can move to the next slide, please. So when we were looking at what are those themes and the categories under which we will be assessing the organizations, we have finalized these 17 categories in total, out of which, based on the relevance to your industry, the categories would then be applied to you, and hence basis to which you will be assessed. On the environmental side, we have 9 categories over there, and on the social, we have another 8. So that is how we have now classified under environment and social, assessing the companies based on these categories that we have. The most important part, and we have been discussing this over a while, that how governance takes into consideration. So keeping the regular compliances on the governance side apart, we have taken the most important aspect, which is the oversight on ESG, on sustainability, that needs to be considered. And that is how something that is supposed to be driving the sustainability within the organizations. So this is the overall comprehensive assessment that has been done. Moving on to the next slide. Every category was then assessed based on your policy, on the strategy, on the initiatives that the company is taking which will result in future transition, the performance that you have already delivered, and the transition story is the change that you have made over the last few years. So that comprehensive assessment has laid down the basis for the scoring that has come out. So all this has culminated into the scores and the nominees of the various award categories that we have represented over here. And in the end, a very heartiest congratulations to all the winners who are going to be here. Just to initiate, and this is something that I want to also tell to everybody as a matter of pride, next slide please. So CareEdge ESG has become the pioneer in terms of bringing ratings from India to the world. We are now an ESG rating provider as well. But apart from that, on the far right, we have launched the sovereign rating entity out of Gift City, where we are rating nations. We have seen that the global rating companies have been pinning down India as a triple B minus since a long time. We have come up with that, and very happy to state, sir, that we have given India as a triple B plus, and we are looking at much more way ahead for India in that kind of a journey as well. So this is where CareEdge is been pioneering in terms of its knowledge. So thank you very much. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners once again. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikunj. And it's now time to move to the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, something that all of you have been waiting for. For the award ceremony, let me invite on stage our very special guest, our Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupender Yadav, to please join us on the stage. Kalipuri ma'am, to also join in for the awards presentation. And let us going to begin the 15 categories that are going to be announced tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off with the first category this evening. This is for the most sustainable company in power generation. Let's have the nominations, please. It's JSW Energy, Adani Green, and Tata Power. And the award goes to JSW Energy. May I please request Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer of JSW Group, to please walk up to the stage to receive the award for outstanding contributions to clean energy transition, emissions reduction, and long-term environmental stewardship. Many congratulations, Prabodha. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time that you have to encourage everyone who walks up to the stage. Thank you so much, Prabodha. Our next category is most sustainable company in cement. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Shree Cement, Ultratech Cement, and ACC. And the award goes to Shree Cement. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Manmohan Rathi, Joint President, Power Plants, Shree Cement. Shree Cement has got the recognition of innovation in low-carbon cement production and commitment to circular economy practices. Many, many congratulations, Mr. Rathi. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and many congratulations. Godspeed. The next category of award is for most sustainable company in heavy electricals. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Siemens Limited, ABB India, and Schneider Electric. And the award goes to Siemens Limited. May I please request on stage Dr. Anantraman Subramanian, Head of Strategy, Sustainability, CSR and Skilling of Siemens Limited, to please collect your award. This is for integrating sustainability into industrial operations, energy efficiency and responsible manufacturing. Many, many congratulations to you, Mr. Subramanian. Thank you so much. Next category of award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most sustainable company in automobile OEMs. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Mahindra & Mahindra, Hero MotoCorp, TVS Motor Company. And the award goes to Mahindra & Mahindra. Ms. Abanti Shankar Narayanan, EVP Group Public Affairs at Mahindra & Mahindra. Request you to please walk up to the stage, ma'am. This is for driving progress in green mobility, sustainable manufacturing, and decarbonization across the value chain. Very well deserved, ma'am. Thank you so much. And big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Mahindra & Mahindra. Our next award category is for most sustainable company in FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, that is. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Hindustan Unilever, ITC and Dabur. And the award goes to Hindustan Unilever Limited. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Prashant Venkatesh, Sustainability Director at HUL, to please join in and take your award, sir. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. This is for pioneering sustainable sourcing, eco-conscious packaging and reducing environmental footprint in the FMCG sector. Thank you so much. Godspeed. let's look at the next category. This is for the most sustainable company in real estate. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Godrej Properties, Mahindra Life Spaces, Macrotech Developers. And the award goes to Godrej Properties. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please invite on stage Rohit Mohan, Chief Design and Sustainability Officer, Boardroom Properties, to please walk up to the stage and collect your award. This is for advancing green building standards, responsible land use and sustainable urban development. Many, many congratulations to you, Mr. Rohit Mohan. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is in the category of Most Sustainable Company in Metals and Mining. Let us have a look at the nominations now. JSW Steel, Tata Steel and Hindustan Zinc. And the award goes to JSW Steel. May I please invite on stage Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSW Group, to please come up on stage to take the award. This is for exemplary leadership in sustainable mining practices, resource efficiency and community impact within the metals and the mining sector. Very well deserved. Many, many congratulations to you, Prabodha. Second round of awards coming in this way. Let's have a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Many, many congratulations to you, Prabodha. Our next set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, are for the financial sector sustainability champions. The first award in this category is for the most sustainable small finance bank. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. These are Small Finance Bank, AU Small Finance Bank and Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. And the award goes to ESAF Small Finance Bank. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. K. Paul Thomas, Managing Director and CEO of ESAF Small Finance Bank, to please come up on stage to collect your award, sir. This is in recognition of inclusive growth, ethical banking and commitment to environmental and social governance. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for ESAF Small Finance Bank. For the next categories of awards, let me please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to also join in to present the next set of awards. Thank you. Our next award is in the category of Most Sustainable Company in NBFCs, microfinance institutions and housing finance companies. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. And the nominees are Credit Access Grameen, Aavas Financiers, Satin Credit Care. And the award goes to Credit Access Grameen. Let me invite on stage Mr. Ganesh Narayanan, CEO of Credit Access Grameen, to please come up on stage to receive your award, sir. This is for promoting financial inclusion with a strong focus on environmental and social impact across the lending practices. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Credit Access Grameen. Congratulations, Mr. Narayanan. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most sustainable company in upper layer NBFC. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Shriram Finance, Mahindra and Mahindra Financial Services, and Bajaj Finance. And the winner is Shriram Finance. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Vidansh Chandak, President Shriram Finance Limited. Many congratulations to you for leading with purpose-driven finance and embedding sustainability into core business strategies. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Ram Finance. Most sustainable company in upper layer NBFC. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Chandak. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most sustainable bank. Let us have a look at the nominations now. ICICI Bank, Axis Bank and Yes Bank. And the award goes to ICICI Bank. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please invite on stage Leena Pillai, Assistant General Manager, ESG and CSR at ICICI Bank, to please join us on the stage to collect your award. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for ICICI Bank, Most Sustainable Bank for 2025 BT Sustainability Awards. Thank you so much, Siddharth, for being with us. Our next category of awards will be Special Recognition Awards, and may I please invite on stage Alok Nair, CEO Business Today, to please join in on the stage to present the next set of the awards. Thank you. This category is for the Best Disclosures and Transparency Leader of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. Mahindra & Mahindra, Ultratech Cement and Credit Access Grameen. And the award goes to Mahindra & Mahindra. Ms. Abanti Shankarnarayanan, EVP Group Public Affairs at Mahindra & Mahindra, to please join in to receive the award for Best Disclosures and Transparency Leader of the Year. Second award for you, ma'am, this evening. Many congratulations. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big hand. Thank you so much, ma'am, and many, many congratulations yet again. The next award is for Transition Leader of the Year. Let us have a look at the nominations, please. JSW Energy, HPCL and JSW Steel. And the award goes to JSW Energy. Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer of the JSW Group, stealing the show today. Third award, Transition Leader of the Year. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, this time. Many, many congratulations, Prabodha. It's been the third one for you now. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have the last two awards to go now, ladies and gentlemen. The next award is for Special Jury Award in Sustainability Leadership. Let us have a look at the nominations now. Tata Steel, JSW Steel and ITC. And the award goes to Tata Steel. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I please invite on stage Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel, to please join in to take your awards. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Tata Steel. This award is being presented to them in recognition of extraordinary and holistic leadership in embedding sustainability at the heart of organizational purpose as determined by the jury's discretion. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mishra, many congratulations. And the last award for this evening, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the Climate Leadership Award. Let us have a look at the nominations now. HPCL, you have JSW Steel and Jindal Steel. And the award goes to, any guesses? It's HPCL, Mr. P.S. Murthy, Executive Director, HSE Corporate Sustainability of HPCL, to please join us on stage for Climate Leadership Award in recognition of bold and effective strategies in climate action, emissions reduction and support for a low carbon economy. Many, many congratulations to you. In fact, may I now invite all our awardees tonight, all the winners, to please come back on the stage to take a group photograph with our special guests, KP Ma'am and Alok. Here on the stage with your trophies to capture this moment. Please come back with your trophies so that we can capture this moment for all of you. A night to remember. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these remarkable 15 companies and leaders at the helm right there. A very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our winners tonight. That, ladies and gentlemen, were the awards for Business Today's India's Most Sustainable Companies. Many, many congratulations to all of you. Shri Bhupender Yadav, our special guest, many thanks, sir, for being with us. KP ma'am, thank you so much. Alok, thank you so much for being with us. And ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. I want all of you to celebrate with us tonight this achievement. And many thanks for the show today.
Welcome to Business Today's India's Most Sustainable Companies Summit and Awards, an exclusive platform that celebrates corporate leadership in ESG, responsible business, and climate-forward thinking. Powered by the publicly available data and deep insights from CareEdge ESG Ratings, our knowledge partner, India's top 1,000 listed companies, assessed across high-impact sector.